Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom or navigation of vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. So 20 to 30% of the world's daily oil consumption passes through this strait, and Iran says that it's still in control.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan. Oil prices back on the rise, up 8% this morning. WTI back over $104 a barrel, and now back to the president last night. He was also critical of the Pope, who has been critical of the Iran conflict.
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime.
And the president also posted on Truth Social he doesn't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Well, a short time ago, Pope Leo reacted, telling reporters on the plane as he flew to Africa.
I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing.
The Pope has since landed in Algeria, the first stop on his 11-day African trip. Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell has put his governor's campaign in California on hold last night, calling sexual misconduct allegations false. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, this 25th anniversary of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation remains committed to honoring the heroes shaped by that day. Heroes like NYPD Detective Victor Vargas, a U.S. Air Force veteran who died from pancreatic cancer after serving in the World Trade Center recovery efforts. Tunnel to Towers honored Detective Vargas by paying off the family's mortgage. You can donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today. That's intouch.org. Thanks.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. I almost say good Monday morning, y'all. I'm already stumbling out of the gate. It's because it's Monday. It's okay. We're going to recover from here. We're 20 seconds in, and we're going to recover. It gets better. Front office, Los, how are you?
Everything's going to be fine. Like I said, it's a Monday. It's a false start, but that's fine. That's why they do it on Monday.
That's exactly right. And it's only 5 yards, and hopefully we'll draw somebody off sides and get it back.
That's right.
That's the plan, anyway.
Looking for a PI call downfield.
That's right, or something, whatever we can get. We're going to do whatever it takes, and we're going to be just fine. And you are too. Thank you for being here with the Morning Extra until 10. That's right around the time we'll start blockading the Gulf of Oman. We'll get to some of that here in a little bit. But we have a new countdown. Like last time, it was countdown to the end of civilization or something, and then now we've got a countdown to the blockade at 10. By the United States Navy. So there's plenty to talk about. But on a much lighter note, Braves took 2 or 3. That's good. Watched a little bit of that yesterday. Watched a lot of the Masters over the weekend. Watching Rory McIlroy repeat first time since Tiger Woods. Front office, Los, what about you, man? What was your weekend like?
Not a lot different from what you're describing.
Okay.
I made it a point. I think I probably watched like 6 hours of Masters coverage yesterday. I mean, I was waiting till on the dot 2:24. That's when the leaders were going off. And so even yesterday, making it a big point to be there for the final round, considering how many players were in contention for this thing. And wouldn't you know it, Rory McIlroy goes, wire to wire, end up, first round leader and the guy who wins by a stroke.
Yeah, and, Scheffler didn't start out well, but was in contention there at the end. And to be honest, I was pulling for him. But I wasn't unhappy to see Rory do it again. You know what I mean? I really like the Cam Young kid. I really liked him. Was kind of pulling for him a little bit too. It was just a lot of fun. I enjoyed every year, and this year no different. We had done a Masters themed birthday party on Friday night.
How did that play out?
So good, dude. We had so much fun just laughing and cutting up and watching the Masters and eating all kinds of Masters or Augusta National style food with pimento cheese and pulled pork sandwiches and azalea drinks with lemonade and vodka, whatever they're made of, but they're pink like the azaleas.
Were they good?
Nice.
They were, but the only thing is, and this sucks, is that vodka gives me a headache. I only had like maybe 1.5 of those. And by the end of the night, I was already in headache mode. So I had to back off and went back to that bourbon. I was just fine. Bourbon cured it. I didn't need no leave.
I found my way back to bourbon. Okay,
right. And everything turned out well. And it was a great time. We played this really cool game. You used your phone to scan cards, and it would play the hook of a song. And you didn't have to know the song or the artist. You only had to know what year the song came out. And as you got them right, you would collect that year. And then it got harder and harder the more years that you had collected, because then it became more of a narrow guess as to what year this song came out. And it was called like Hitster or something like that. But it was so much fun. It was a little more difficult when you're unsteady. But
I love it.
But it worked out well. So that was kind of Friday night, and then Saturday was just a complete lazy fest. And yesterday worked a little bit, and finished up with the Masters and put some food on the grill, and that's it, man. We're back here on Monday.
Well, I tell you, things. I mean, at one point it looked like it was going to be a runaway. When Rory McIlroy was up by 6 strokes, and you looked at it going into the weekend, you're like, okay, this thing is going to not be very interesting how it's going to play out. By the time that you get through Friday, you get into Saturday, you get into Sunday, and suddenly things tighten up. And I think at one point there were 8 players all within 4 shots of the lead. I was like, all right, this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
And yesterday, I ended up getting on the grill and kind of doing some stuff with the family. That was so much fun to watch that in the afternoon, just to see, because at one point Rory gave it away and then he took it right back.
Well, if you remember, like late, was it the 17th or the 18th where he shot it over and it was all in the woods, and he had to
18.
go 18 had to go up the other side on another hole to was it the 10th, I guess, and they had to kick it back over, and
that was his 3-stroke lead, and that's the only reason he was allowed to go ahead and make that thing happen. I mean, if it was a tighter tournament, as soon as he hit that tee shot, everyone would have been like, oh, you're in trouble.
If Scotty would have made the birdie on 17, we would have been in the playoff.
That's right. That's exactly right. And he missed it by, I think he parred it, didn't he? Yeah, dude, it was so much fun, and I kept thinking, man, he might mess this up. And it goes into the trees, and I'm like, here we go. Could this be it? And then no, he masterfully played it the way he was supposed to, and gets the second green jack. It's freaking cool, man.
I think my favorite stat on the weekend is he has 2 Masters before the Jets had their last interception.
Good Lord.
Oh, wow.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's pretty good there. The Jets, man, those guys suck. Are you a Jets fan?
No.
Okay, you just stood out. You just knew it. Okay, all right. Well, good enough. And now, Los, are the girls back to playing ball this coming weekend? Are they back? Because we're traveling for ball this coming weekend. We won't be home.
No, actually, the girls, the wife actually this morning, she was taken off to Scottsdale, Arizona, and so things are actually pretty chill for a few days. We have now that they're out of spring break mode, they're right back to practice and everything else, and so they have like some local tournaments that are coming up, but nothing all that crazy. And then, and like I said, everything's gearing up for about 20 days from now when we get cranked back up into heading over to all these different places around the country.
This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. The first thing to know this morning.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Extra, Tug so bold, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
The tweet heard around the world is the one that brought everybody to the negotiating table. Now, the Iranians did not come with pure intent, and JD Vance went there, sniffed that out, and along with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner too, but sniffed that out real quick. All the people that bashed Donald Trump about the tweet saying I'm going to pretty much wipe Iran off the face of the earth. You know, people were saying, "Oh my gosh, he's going to drop a nuclear bomb. He's going, he's lost his mind. He's a madman." I saw where Tucker Carlson said, "I can't believe he said this." And he said it on Easter. He was just giving all the the crazy whatever weird resistance thing that he and Candace Owens and Megyn. That she's been
Megyn Kelly,
Alex, what's the old boy from InfoWars, Alex Jones. Thank you. All of them are kind of piling on, and I'm like, but it worked. He did exactly what he wanted to do with that tweet, and he said as much.
However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something wonderful can happen. Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that? And what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, with the exception of the one thing, which I believe that they're going to give up on. I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work. We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we won't. So, but I believe, no. And when I say that, but remember, what do they say to us? For years, I've had to listen to them say, death to America, right? They say, death to America, death to Israel, America to Satan, we will destroy America, death to America. Now, does anybody ever complain to you when they say that? I think that's a big step worse. Death to America. So they're allowed to say death to America. And what I'm referring to is, when I talk about civilization, it'll be much different because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. But their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with yesterday were, frankly, very smart, very sharp, very good. I think they were smarter than the people from before, Khomeini and that group. Because look what it got them. Look what all of their antics were spending they spent all their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. But when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say death to America, death to this, death to, and I make one statement. They say, oh,
we did a whole segment on that freaking last Friday, that exact thing. And then the president comes out and says it. Because it's true, man. Nobody even bats an eye. Great Satan, death to America. He says, yeah, I'm going to wipe you off the face of the earth, which has been used a million times in war. I mean, that's just what people say. We're going to wipe them off the face. It doesn't matter if you're playing baseball or you're at war. We're going to wipe them off the field. We're going to wipe them off the map. And the resistance of the Democrats melted down anyway.
It's such a... It's so disappointing that it's the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Megyn Kellys of the world, the Alex Jones of the world that don't get it. As you've pointed out, escalate to de-escalate. I think that might be the simplest way to put it. That ramp everything up and then negotiate from there. That is what for some reason people don't seem to understand with this president. To the point where, as talks are not working out over in Pakistan, then what does he do? All right, that's fine. We'll take the straight.
Yeah, we're just going to blockade your blockade. Remember, because the Iranians said, oh, we're going to charge this toll, $2 million. Everybody comes through. You have to go through our way because we've laid mines everywhere. Well, we're bringing in mine-sweeping drones. We're bringing in helicopters from the Navy that can pick up drones and scan for them using radar on the surface of the ocean or just below it. So we're going to take care of that. We've already had a couple Navy destroyers transit the strait with no issue whatsoever, just to prove that there's nothing to be fearful of. That, along with the mine sweeping, dude, you're taking every piece of leverage the Iranians have and tossing it right in the garbage can.
Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. I mean, the Iranians went ahead and played their one giant card, which was shut down the strait. And by the weekend, and again, this didn't come down to hey, we're going to bomb you into oblivion. Because remember, we talked about you don't want to get rid of every single thing right away. They went ahead and decided, yeah, hey, we're not going to bomb you into oblivion. Instead, we're going to take your biggest resource now that talks have fallen.
Yeah, and the fact that early on, I think they were even considering, hey, we will take Carg Island and another couple of those small islands that they have oil resources on, oil production on. And they're like, well, wait a minute. If we do that, that's going to cause boots on the ground. The American people are not going to support that. How do we do the same thing without any boots on the ground? How do we do the same thing from the ocean and from the skies, just like the way that we took out every bit of their air defense, most of their military infrastructure altogether? We'll just do basically the same thing in that strait, and everybody should be pretty pleased with this, with the exception of the Chinese.
With the exception of the Chinese.
They are not going to be happy about this. Now, that does throw up a little bit of a concern is not the right word, but it's the only one I can think of to use right now, because I don't believe that the Chinese are going to sit this one out. I don't think they're going to just sit on their hands while we potentially, if someone were try to go through the Navy blockade, we're going to send special operators to seize those ships, just like we did the ones in Venezuela. The Chinese probably don't take too kindly to that. She's not going to lay down. I'm not saying that he's going to start launching missiles or anything like that, but they might do something more covert. They might have they might have some Chinese military on board some of their Chinese flagged ships. I don't know, but I don't believe that she's just going to take this laying down.
No, I would expect them to do something that is going to be a covert, just as you're pointing out. But at the same time, the Chinese, I don't believe are going to, like roll in with their Navy and cause a conflict in that area. Because, again, the Chinese are in a weird place. They want to appear powerful while also not trying to take care of a weakness.
Right.
It's a very strange dynamic that they have going on, where you would imagine, oh, well, why does the strait matter to them so much? Well, that's because that's where most of their oil ends up coming from with their 40+% at this point.
Yeah. And I have seen, and it's been floating around. There's like a big we'll call it a C-130 or something comparable to a C-130 that the Chinese have, and they've landed a couple of those in Iran, which makes me think that those are probably full of some sort of weapons for the Iranians to use, whether drones or whether remember, it was a shoulder-fired rocket they call man pads that took down the F-15. Maybe it's more of that. Most likely, seems like strongly likely that it would be some of that stuff. So, again, that's their way of quietly fighting back without doing it in public, because they're getting slapped around right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is now getting to the point where you've decided, all right, everyone, y'all are all going to have to deal with the economic issue of this. And the primary weapon that the Iranians were bragging about, hey, we'll control this. Okay, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to go and pilfer any money off of these people any longer, and your oil will not go out. Good luck to y'all.
Yeah, and on top of that, if the Chinese mess around too much, Trump does have the tariff card in his back pocket. Like, if they were to cause too much issue for the United States, our military, or what we're trying to accomplish in Iran, the tariff thing is real for the Chinese. There's a reason that that they've been very quiet. They've been negotiating with Trump throughout this, because they know they rely on us a lot more than we rely on them, specifically when it comes to just all the things that they export. We don't need cheap Temu. Do I don't know, stay-at-home moms like it? Yes. Or what is it, Shine or Shein or whatever that other one is. We don't have to have that. We'll be just fine with that.
It's a big player in my house, but
exactly.
We can go without.
Right. But your wife's going to make it a couple weeks or a few months if she don't have her Temu. It'll be fine. Everybody will be good. Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. Good start to a Monday morning. Glad that you're here at Xtra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube. And the number to get a hold of us, 404-741-1230. When we come back, we're going to have to work hard to save college sports. And they are worth saving. There's nothing greater than college sports. As a guy that has a kid that's playing in college sports, Los has daughters that have dreams of playing college sports, and we all love college football. We need to save it, and we have to work hard to do it. Let's talk about it next.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
I'm so sick of all these cheesy lawyer billboards. And if you're driving back from the game, you might be too. If you're injured in a car crash, you don't hire a lawyer because they're sweet or strong or the biggest. You hire a lawyer who's recognized by their peers as one of the top lawyers in the state. You hire a lawyer who's going to listen to you, fight for you, and has the case results to prove it. That lawyer is me, Bruce Hagan, the people's lawyer. I've been proudly selected by my fellow lawyers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state, and for 21 consecutive years as Georgia's super lawyer. Hagan-law.com, Hagan-law.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
If you're looking for strength, capability, and reliability, it starts with Ford. And it starts at Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs.
From the legendary F-150 to the adventure-ready Bronco to the versatile Explorer, Ford builds vehicles designed to handle real life.
And at Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs, you'll find a great selection in stock, competitive pricing, and a buying process that's fast, fair, and straightforward.
No pressure, no confusion, just a transparent experience focused on helping you find the right vehicle.
You can even get started from home. Shop online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, complete paperwork before you ever step into the showroom.
Or come in and work with a team that respects your time and get you on the road quickly. That's how buying a Ford should feel.
Get started at Jim Ellis Ford, SandySprings.com or stop by the Jim Ellis Ford Sandy Springs showroom, conveniently located at 7555 Roswell Road, just 4 miles north of I-285.
Jim Ellis Ford, Sandy Springs, where you can always expect the best.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, April 14th, and here are your headlines. Eric Swalwell is suspending his campaign for California governor amid mounting pressure over sexual assault allegations, saying he will fight false claims while acknowledging past mistakes in judgment. Calls for him to step aside came from both parties, including Nancy Pelosi, with several Democrats now pulling their support. Donald Trump is criticizing Pope Leo XIV over his stance on the war in the Middle East, calling the Pope terrible on foreign policy after country urged peace and spoke out against military action. Church leaders are pushing back, saying the Pope's role is to provide moral guidance, not political leadership, as tensions continue over the conflict. And finally, locally, a Georgia Tech graduate played a key role in the safe return of NASA's Artemis II astronauts over the weekend, with Lily Villarreal serving as the landing and recovery director and overseeing efforts to bring the crew back after splashdown in the Pacific. She says teams reached the astronauts within hours, calling the mission a major step forward for future space exploration. Today's weather is a mix of clouds and sunshine with a high of 84 and a low of 56. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3.
Ooh, Tug.
Are you okay? You got a tummy ache? What's that? What's the matter?
Man, you're going to have to pick a side.
What do you mean? Well, like a side? What are the two sides I need to choose from? I feel like I'm getting blindsided here.
Well, it's in the group chat, and going to have to pick a side here because
it's in the group chat.
The chimpanzees of Ugandan are on the march.
Oh, I just read this. Bryce sent it out, and so basically it says the chimpanzees in Uganda in the national park split into two rival factions, sparking deadly conflict, according to a study in Science. The group, once about 200 strong, lived cooperatively for decades, but began dividing around 2015, and that is after a key social male in the group died. And man, chimpanzees are strong. They'll rip your face off.
If you want to watch something that'll make your noodle, Chimp Empire on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 4-part documentary, and it goes through what's going on there in Ugandan's Kabale National Park and how basically these chimpanzees eventually act just like we do.
Wow.
Eventually, you split off into groups, and now it's my group versus yours. Even though in some cases, as they're saying, they've been living together for this long, and then things just begin to change as the power structure changes, and then it turns into them putting together roving packs to attack one another.
Goodness
like
gracious.
gangs.
Dude, I mean, I guess you would expect it in the wild. You would think that humans would be a little more, because we're supposed to be so, educated, and we're supposed to be so advanced, and we do the exact same things. And then, what does that say about us? Not a whole lot.
I'm about to include you on a tweet real quick.
Okay, all right.
And I'm just going to say that if any of you get the joke from the movie Civil War, then you'll get the joke.
I don't think I've seen that one, so I don't know that I'll get it.
I've shown you the Jesse Plemons video when he's asking you, what type of American are you?
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay.
This would be a chimp asking, what kind of chimp are you?
Yeah, that's right. And if you're not the right kind, boom!
What kind of chimp are you?
Yeah, or rip your face off like I did that one lady.
Oh, okay. So just so we can throttle back a little bit there. So, yes, that woman who had her face ripped off, that was the same chimpanzee. It had gotten older and crazier, but it was the same one that showed up in all the old Navy ads from 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. The one where he'd be wearing a ball cap or wearing some swim trunks or something.
Here's a sweet chimpanzee in the old Navy ads.
Dude, isn't it always that way? Like they use this and they build this image of these little chimpanzees that are they're chimps. They're great. Michael Jackson had bubbles. It was great. I remember being a kid, and that was the exotic pet everybody wanted.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to have a chimpanzee because they saw Michael Jackson had a chimpanzee, and they thought it was cool. And didn't Michael Jackson's chimpanzee, didn't he start smoking and drinking and kill somebody or something?
I don't know that it did anything like that, but they are known for they get older, they go through puberty,
mm-hmm.
And now if they're caged, well, now they're a sexual adult who's stuck in a cage, and it starts to change their brain.
Yeah, and all they did, all that marketing worked, because I remember wanting a chimpanzee too. Yes, Bubbles the chimpanzee, formerly owned by Michael Jackson, became aggressive as he aged, and he did attack a person, biting a former reporter, Rashida Jones, on the finger. He was moved to a sanctuary because of his fears of aggression toward Jackson's children. And as wild chimps become dangerously strong.
Yes.
Los, have you ever seen 28 Days Later?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Do you remember the start of that movie?
Yeah, when they're working with the chimpanzees in the lab.
Yep. It just made me think of that, which I don't know why. But
oh no, this is Again, watch Chimp Empire, and that'll give you a different level of respect for what's going on in that particular forest in Uganda. It's a microcosm of how we are,
and then
it's really crazy.
And then if you let them smoke and drink,
if you let them smoke and drink,
they just become cool.
They'll just sit around all day.
Yeah, right. Maybe they'll become less aggressive if you only give them a couple beers versus like a 12-pack, and you maybe you should maybe give them a twisty versus just like a regular.
And he smokes with cigarettes.
Yeah,
that's right.
Instead of like some Pall
I
Malls.
wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
That's all. That's all I want to do. And Bubbles the chimp, he was like over there. He's like, I just want to do hood rat.
I want to do bad things.
I just want to
smoke these cigarettes.
That's right. Drink me a 12-pack and lay back and watch TV. And y'all got my way, wouldn't let me, so I bit that woman's finger off. What do you want from me? Act like he's at fault. Poor Bubbles. Now he's in some. Now he's by himself in a tree somewhere. He's unhappy because he can't get cigarettes or beer. He's back in a sanctuary. He's like, this sucks. I used to have a couch. Anyway, all right. Well then. So Chimp Empire, watch that. And didn't you say there was a documentary about the...
There's also on HBO, I think it's called Chimp Crazy, and it's people that... it's made by the same producers that did Tiger King.
Okay.
But it's the people that are... they're nuts over keeping these animals. And it does get into the face ripping off and everything else.
That seems brutal. That's real tough there. Along with the chaos of owning chimps or not owning chimps, college football, that's something that's out of hand too. And we talked about it earlier that Nick Saban was probably the only person that can go on national television and praise Donald Trump for getting something done. There's very few people that can get away with that. And nobody even said a word. Nobody batted an eye because he's the greatest of all time. And he was able to say, hey, we're just trying to corral something before it gets off the rails on the crazy train much further down the tracks. But there's a new layer that Los, I don't know that I'm on board for.
You're either going to want the very best stuff or you're just going to, I think, fall behind. Now, the state of Wisconsin, I love when we do have these stories where sports and politics comes together because then it creates this moral dilemma of like, what do? I love my sports, but I don't like politics. In this case, what the state of Wisconsin has decided to do is they're trying to be forward-thinking. Like in some states, they can't tax NIL money. That's one of the inducements to come and play in that state. You won't have to pay state income taxes on NIL money. Well, in the state of Wisconsin, what they've decided to do is they are now going to be given University of Wisconsin $14.6 million a year from the state, the state taxpayers. Mm-hmm. Now, what they're pointing out is that Wisconsin athletics is a, quote, economic engine for the state. And what they're saying is this is for debt service. What they accrue, we're going to help pay your debt. What it does is it frees up $14.6 million more to go get players.
Yeah. So they're basically treating it like Georgia did, the state of Georgia did the film industry.
We will subsidize it for you to bring it here.
Yeah. Am I looking at it the right way?
Yeah. In this case, what they're doing, and I guess here's where I would say it's a little different. The state of Georgia created tax loopholes and taxable ways to work here cheaper. What the state of Wisconsin has done is they're handing over $14 million to pay for Wisconsin football debt so that they have $14 million more available to go get players. The taxpayers are basically paying for players.
Yeah. I don't know that people won't like this. And I can't say that I'm a huge fan of it. Because our taxes are too high already. And we get overtaxed. We get taxed to death. And I'm the biggest college football fan in the world, man. I love watching college football. I will watch college football games that I don't care about either team. I will sit and watch it on a Saturday because I love college football that much. And you only have it for a short amount of time, man. The season goes by so quick. And then it's over. And if your team don't make it into the playoffs, it's really over. But I gotta say, man, this gives me pause. I'm not sure. I don't know that I like this.
Well, let me put it to you another way.
Are you gonna try to sell me on it?
What I'm saying is this is the slippery slope. Okay, this is the slippery slope. So for Wisconsin, the amount of people they have there and the amount of taxpayers, it ends up working out to 40 cents a month over the course of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So 40 cents a month
per taxpayer.
Per taxpayer.
Okay.
40 cents a month. So you're doing the quick math on that, and you're like, all right, well, it's $4.80. Okay, that's my contribution to Wisconsin football. All right, what happens if Kirby Smart was looking for what ends up being, let's say, $12 a year?
Mm-hmm.
So suddenly you created a war chest where they have $45 million more in NIL money, which will put you right in line with any of the top programs in the country. But it costs the taxpayer $12 a year.
Yeah, I don't.
Would you not give Kirby that money?
It's broken. No, I wouldn't want to. Not taxpayer dollars.
Tug, Kirby's asking you for your $12.
I would send him $12 on Venmo.
Lay off the Whopper, Tug. Just one less Whopper a year.
I can Venmo him, but it's my choice to Venmo him. You know what I mean? And I don't think that Mama. I don't think my mama out in Loganville. I don't think she should have to pay $12 because she's on fixed income. You know what I mean?
What if we're talking $30 million and it's $8 for the year?
Again, I don't think Mama should have to pay that $8. I don't think people that don't care about college football should pay that $8. I'm not in favor of taxes. I just don't know. I am willing.
I feel the same way, but this is what I'm telling you.
No, dude, I know you're right. I'm willing to donate the $8 or the $12 of my own free will.
I think people don't know this, and I probably didn't know it until after Katrina occurred, that the state of Louisiana has been subsidizing the Saints for years, in part because there's not the amount of Fortune 500s in the state of Louisiana. Louisiana doesn't have their industries. It's not like it helps to throw an oil and gas symbol on a dome stadium, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what am I going to do? It's like that doesn't work. That's not a commercial sort of enterprise. Well, so they've had to subsidize their team for years, and it's been on the taxpayers to make sure that the Saints don't leave, and so it's just kind of part of that deal. We've seen this when it comes to like the Oakland A's. Hey, they're out. The Raiders, they're out. People leave now it's turned into, what if you want the best players in college football?
Yeah,
that's the next level argument. Yep.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's like special purpose local option sales tax, right? They're like, well, it's only a penny. You only have to pay a penny when you fill it with gas or you buy something at the gas station in the community because a splost is usually for a county or a city or whatever. It's not like you pay it across the state, but when you're in that community, it's only a penny, and we're gonna. And then it never goes away. We need to renew the special purpose local option sales tax. We want it to last even longer because we haven't made our goal, or we've got a new goal. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel right to me. I love college sports better than anybody, or as much as anybody. And I just I don't like the way that feels.
And again, Wisconsin has now opened up this particular version of Pandora's box.
Oh, yes, it's coming. There's no doubt it will be introduced here in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, SEC country, ACC country. It is going to be tried everywhere there's a major program.
Yep.
Mark our words. It will be tried.
It'll be used to service debt for an institution that generates revenue in the state of wherever.
My question would be, if you have a state like Georgia where you got three institutions like Georgia, Georgia Tech, and
how they divide up the money.
Georgia State, Kennesaw.
Who gets it? How do they divide it up?
How do you divide that up?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know the answer. But get ready, because that will happen. What Los is talking about it will be tried here too. Yeah, I don't know when, but it's coming. You're exactly right. And look, there will be people that'll be like, no, I don't want to pay for the roads, but yeah, I'll pay for Georgia football. You know what I mean? I'll vote for that. Give me that option. I don't, and I'm the exact opposite. Like I want to pay for roads, but I want to pay as little as I can for roads.
It would just make me more upset watching the game. I paid for that guy.
Yeah, we picked up that bum and I paid for him. Get out of here. It's so funny. Tug and Los. Until 10 on Extra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, the real American hero who is impossible to dislike. Next on Extra.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 13th. The 90th Masters has a back-to-back champion as Rory McIlroy closed out the lead from the opening round to win, shooting 12 under to win the tournament by one stroke. McIlroy ends up pocketing $4.5 million in earnings. The Atlanta Braves took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians, beating up on Cleveland last night, 13-1. The final, the Miami Marlins come into town to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Grant Holmes versus Yuri Perez on the mound. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan and the Fan app. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey Braves fans, Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I head straight to Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Their friendly team and industry-leading technology give my car the ultimate shine every time. Experience an elite clean you can count on at Tidal Wave Auto Spa, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves and my go-to car wash destination.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance bail bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, this is Los with Terry from Alpharetta, who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Veloster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Check your power bill from last summer. You want to repeat? Well, hey, it's the Kimmer. I trust my friend Jeff at Peach State Windows. Cooling costs more than heat does, and your old windows let that heat in. Peach State Windows uses heat-reflective glass to keep cool air in, the heat out. 8 premium double-hung Energy Star windows installed for just $39.95. 0% financing for 12 months. PeachStateWindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. PeachStateWindows.com.
Picture this. You wake up with a spring in your step. You're refreshed, ready to go. You breeze through your day with a to-do list, and you still have energy left over when the family gets home at night. Yeah, that's the power of a good night's sleep. When's the last time you had one of those? Z-Factor from Relief Factor can help you get there. Z-Factor goes beyond melatonin. It has a combination of 4 natural ingredients. It helps you relax your mind. It can help you fall asleep quicker and sleep more soundly through the night. It is safe to take every night, and you'll wake up rested and refreshed with no groggy feeling. It just works with your body. Both Tanya and I keep a bottle on our nightstands. We take it every night. Z-Factor. Georgia wrote in, she said, I sleep well. I wake up early, ready to get started. Florence says, great product, no morning grogginess. Give Z-Factor a try right now. Save 46% on your first order. It's $19.95, 30-day supply. 800-4RELIEF, 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep, better days with Z-Factor from ReliefFactor.com.
It's April 13th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Scrabble Day, named for the birthday of creator Alfred Butts. It's the iconic board game where you spell words with letter tiles, hoping for that Q or Z to land on a triple-letter score. Also on this day, at the age of just 21 years old in 1997, Tiger Woods won the Masters tournament. Not only was he the youngest to ever do so, he was also the first African-American to win it. In 1970, a problem in space that resulted in a famous quote. That's astronaut Jack Swigert. Apollo 13 crippled after an oxygen tank exploded, but the three-man crew did return safely to Earth. The story was turned into an Academy Award-winning movie in the mid-90s starring Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon, Ed Harris, and Gary Sinise.
3 hours by the checklist.
We don't have that much time.
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week on the Morning Extra. And here's what you missed.
Restaurateurs received permission or whatever it is to list those on menus as Chilean sea bass because nobody's going to order a Patagonian toothfish.
Yeah, sounds better.
Well, look at the picture of that.
Dude, I'm looking at him, man. I mean, he's an ugly SOB.
That is an ugly-ass fish.
It makes a flounder look good.
Yeah. You know, I've always called Prince Charles as the flounder because it almost looked like he had both eyes on the same side of his nose.
Yeah, he does.
He's an odd-looking dude.
For as much as we talk about like the symmetrical look of people's faces, he is one of those people that it looks like it's almost one singular eye, and it just makes him look very untrustworthy.
Boy, optometrists hated to see him coming.
Yes, there's no fixing you, pal.
Yeah, I mean, he's like one of those minions, you know, the one with one
yes.
eye. Yeah.
I love the minions. They're my favorite.
Catch the full segment at extra1063.com or anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra. Watching the Braves last night, it was so cool to see them get the win. They've tallied 19 hits in a game, most by any team this season in Major League Baseball, and that all got kicked off by the Zach Brown Band. Did you see Zach Brown Band's new Sunday Night Baseball song, which was cool? It seems like Major League Baseball's trying to find their hip. They're trying to find the way to be cool again because they were cool for so many years, and then to be honest, baseball kind of fell out of favor, but they're working hard to get that back, and certainly the Brave City Connect uniforms looked incredible. Zach Brown Band doing the song for Sunday Night Baseball, awesome. And it's just they seem to be pointing in the right direction. And what was it? Cam Young had the MLB logo on his collar. Guy playing in the Masters that was sponsored by Major League Baseball. So we got a lot going on.
His dad owns a golf club that Rob Manfred
is a member of, right? And then, of course, Manfred's a member at Augusta National, too. And he's like, we need to sponsor your son. Bam. There we go. Money on his collar.
Well, I missed the intro. I was busy watching the trophy presentation, everything else that was going on with the Masters. So by the time I came over, and then as I'm watching the game, then I think it was like the third or fourth inning. There's Zach Brown, and they've got him in, and they're talking about the intro and everything else. But yeah, a very cool crossover to have something like smart. That. Yeah, that's out there for people to go and consume.
Yes, sir, it is, and you had this weekend, I think it was, what was it, Friday, they did Dale Murphy Jersey night. So, I mean, he's a hero to me. He's a hero to so many people that grew up in Atlanta watching baseball. And America, we're full of heroes. We're full of people that it is impossible not to like. And we got a new one, Los, a new guy that is just, when you see him, you're like, that's my guy right there.
Well, I think this is going two different ways. First off, when you want to talk about the mission commander for Artemis 2, that's Reed Wiseman. And that dude hasn't said a word. He's just allowing everybody else to talk. And I think that's the cool part about Command. The dude was in charge, and he's just letting everybody else talk, including Victor Glover, who, if you remember about 2 weeks ago, was asked about basically a very slanted question when it came to race.
Oh, yeah.
And the dude just knocked it out of the park. He was like, I don't look at myself this way. Here's what I'm doing. But I thought this was really cool that after 10 days in space and after being the humans that have traveled the furthest away from the planet in the history of the world, when they got a chance to go ahead and talk about their experience, this is what Victor Glover brought up.
When this started on April 3rd, I wanted to thank God in public, and I want to thank God again, because even bigger than my challenge trying to describe what we went through, the gratitude of seeing what we saw, doing what we did, and being with who I was with, It's too big to just be in one body.
Jeez, man. And you could hear the emotion in his voice, too.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I saw the neighborhood that he lived in when he was coming home the first time. They were all lined up on their neighborhood streets. You know, there's not like a big, like a downtown. It was just their neighborhood where Victor Glover lived. And they were lined up with signs and it was perfect, dude. It's exactly what makes America great. That. He embodies everything that you admire about the greatest Americans who've ever lived, and he carries it with such confidence, and he carries it with such. There's pride there, but I don't mean pride in a negative way, because it can be sometimes negative. He doesn't do that. Just the pride of the country that he wears so well, and he's just a great representation of all of us.
Well, I love that you called it pride, because, again, it's one of those scenarios where is it ego or is it appreciation? And it's clearly appreciation.
With him, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. He's got the right perspective, and he keeps it, and it's, dude, it's just so much fun to see what he was able to accomplish, and all the people that were on the spaceship with him, or the Artemis 2 with him.
And by the way, the video of what you see when it came for re-entry, and we had talked about that on Friday, about that's the last thing you got to do, and it's the craziest part, because you're talking about going from, as you pointed out, Tug, 25,000 miles an hour to 17 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What
Crazy.
an amazing ingenuity.
Yeah, and to do that in 13 minutes, it's hard to wrap your head around all of it, and I know it happened, but to try to understand just that process, that happening, it just seems unreal. It's like that. There's no way that happens. Like, that sounds like something made up. When you're a kid, you make up these gigantic numbers, and sure enough, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they did it. They splashed down, and the pictures that they brought back were extraordinary. The things that they'll be known for the rest of, they're going to be written about in history books. And there couldn't be a better person than Victor Glover to kind of be the image of it all, the leader of the four. He's the one that I think people gravitated to the most, and he's the one that probably be remembered the most, I would assume. And when we're reading about it, and our kids are reading about it, and our grandkids are reading about it one day, they'll be like, I remember when that happened. Especially your daughters at their age, and my son at his age, they're going to be like, yeah, I remember when that happened. It's like terribly. It was for us. It was the Challenger. We remembered that something terrible happened, but it was so.
Oh yeah.
But it was so impressive in the moment that when you read about it, I know exactly where I was. I think our kids are going to have that with Artemis 2, and obviously it's a much more special and positive reason to remember.
Well, I'm really looking forward to, as we get into next year, the plan is to land on the moon.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a whole other level of, all right, you went around the moon. All right, pretty cool. And the pictures and the images, as much as I think that space is dumb, that looked amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah.
And now you're planning on landing here in modern times.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it.
Dude, I got an email from he's the guy that goes back and forth. He loves Trump, hates Trump, thinks Trump's the smartest, thinks Trump's the dumbest. Like it's and he's a very nice man, and he emails me 2 or 3 times a day, right? And he was like, why are they making such a big deal of something we've already done? I remember this happening from 69 to 72. There's nothing to be. Why is everybody acting like this is such a point of pride? I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
Why have we not done it since then? If it was so easy. Why haven't we done it? Because it's challenging. It's complicated. They went further than anybody's ever gone before, including then in 69 through 72. So I just fired him back and was like, dude, I don't understand your point of view. I think it's amazing. Anytime I can be proud of what our country has accomplished, I want to be. So you can have that point of view if you'd like. I don't. I'm very proud of them, and I think it's amazing, and I think what's to come is even going to be even more amazing. I'm just so surprised when people are looking for reason to be mad.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's nothing to be upset about. There's nothing to not celebrate here, and the fact that we were actually able to send humans the furthest they've ever been away from the planet and bring them home safely.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a point of pride. It should be.
It should be. And for everything that we are now talking about, we are talking about trying to become people that go to the stars and come back safely.
That's right. Yep.
That's pretty cool.
That's amazing. And then if you go sit down on the moon again, that's amazing. And then, years and years from now, I'm going to be dead and gone. But years and years from now, they will take what they've learned from this and they're going to go to Mars. At some point, they will. I have full belief that we will actually go to Mars. That it doesn't seem like a pipe dream to me anymore. And maybe it's because I saw what Artemis 2 was able to do with my own eyes. I don't know that that's the reason, but it certainly has to be part of it. And it's remarkable. It's amazing, and I'm very proud. And you should be too. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Trump strategy, now that peace talks have failed, on Extra 106.3.
It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's a rock and roll.
Sunday Night Baseball. Fighting the communists with truth every day on the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
When Atlanta drivers want strength, capability, and comfort in one place, they head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC.
That's because Buick and GMC deliver everything from refined luxury to serious professional-grade performance, and Jim Ellis Buick GMC makes the buying experience quick, easy, and transparent.
Whether you're looking for a rugged GMC Sierra, a versatile Acadia, or a refined Buick Enclave, you'll find a huge selection in stock right now.
And just like every Jim Ellis dealership, you can shop your way. Start online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, even handle paperwork from home.
Or stop by and experience the no-pressure, straightforward approach Jim Ellis is known for.
Find your new Buick GMC at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person for a VIP shopping experience designed around your needs.
2 convenient locations to serve you. In Chamblee on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter, or up Highway 20 in Buford near the Mall of Georgia.
Jim Ellis Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
It's tax refund season here in Georgia, and a lot of folks are deciding how to spend it. Let me suggest something practical, something you use every day, your air conditioning system. With an earlier and warmer projected spring, your air conditioner is about to start working real hard. If your system is older and inefficient, this might be a smart time to upgrade to a high-efficiency carrier system to save on your utilities. When you combine proven carrier technology with an experienced team like at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, you're investing in long-term comfort and efficiency. Right now, you can save up to $1,700 in rebates, plus 60 months 0% financing on qualified systems, making a new system more affordable than you might think. Before that refund disappears on something temporary, invest in comfort that lasts for years. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com today. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Looking for affordable family fun in Atlanta? April 24th through 26th, the Mitsubishi Electric Classic presented by Venture is the perfect day out. And kids 15 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. Watch golf legends compete at TVC Sugarloaf, enjoy great food, and experience fun for all ages. Make memories together while supporting local charities. Get your tickets today at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com. That's MitsubishiElectricClassic.com. April 24th through 26th at TVC Sugarloaf.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
Securing America.
On Thursday, U.S. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper released a video thanking and praising our troops for their efforts during Operation Epic Fury in Iran.
We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task.
Admiral Cooper continued.
In less than 40 days, you destroyed the military that Iran built for over 40 years.
And added that our forces exceeded expectations.
You represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known.
Admiral Cooper paid his respects to the families of the 13 service members lost during Epic Fury and expressed his admiration for the more than 50,000 troops involved in all.
Just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride.
He said the current ceasefire will be respected, but that U.S. forces will also remain ready. Kevin Duretsky, Fox News.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
3 hours to go. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Before President Trump's new blockade on Iran in the Strait of Hormuz, after weekend talks with Iran fizzled, he told reporters last night flying back to Washington it won't affect the U.S.
We have more oil because of drill, baby, drill. We have more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together.
U.S. Central Command giving some new details on the blockade, saying the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas.
That's Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv.
Now, the Strait of Hormuz remains a critical waterway, and the Iranian military today is warning that no Gulf ports will be safe if their own ports are threatened.
Oil prices back on the rise today, almost 8%, putting WTI back at $104 a barrel. The president also last night lashed out at Pope Leo, saying he's not a fan.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime.
And the Pope reacted this morning, talking to reporters before landing in Algeria to start an 11-day trip to Africa.
I will continue to speak out loud against war, looking to promote peace.
After a Truth Social post in which President Trump said Leo was catering to the radical left, calling the pontiff weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. The president wrote he doesn't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. The Pope hasn't ever said that, but he has criticised leaders who wage war, also describing as truly unacceptable the president's warning that an entire civilization could die.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Democrats dropping out of the race for governor in California. Congressman Eric Swalwell.
After several women accused him of sexual misconduct and one woman alleged he raped her, Congressman Swalwell posted on X, "I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign."
Fox's Jill Nato. Democrats and Republicans have called on Swalwell to leave Congress. America's listening to Fox News.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11/01, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping American heroes ever since. Heroes like FDNY Lieutenant Edward J. McDonough Jr. McDonough served at Ground Zero. He later lost his life to a related cancer. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to honor his sacrifice by paying off the family's mortgage. Donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into your everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today. Thanks.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Extra 106.3. Worldwide on the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. Monday. You know, Monday's that day where it's like, oh my gosh, I got to get back to it. But, you feel pretty good about it. Tuesday dips a little bit. Wednesday's back up there. You can see the weekend. Thursday, Friday Eve. Friday is the weekend, so that's the that's the general way the week lays out. But we try to make it entertaining. We try to keep you abreast of everything that's going on, specifically in the world of politics. But we'll deviate a little bit. Talk about the Masters. Talk about the Braves. Talk about saving college football, like we did last hour.
And if you're with us, we fast forward your week.
That's right, because you're ahead of the curve. You
might as well be sitting on Wednesday.
That's right. Just set your dial to Wednesday. You're good. We're going to take care of everything between now and then. I love it. Yes, set the dial to Wednesday. God, I'd love to do that. That's really good. Masters were incredible. Holy cow. I saw where President Trump watched it with Ron DeSantis. Remember how brutal they were to each other leading up to the primaries before the 2024 election? Man, remember he was calling him out for wearing like these boots with foot lifts in there. I don't remember what it was, but they were trying to make him appear taller. Remember, they were at each other's throat. And I understand it's politics, and I understand that it's just the way that it works. But to go from that to hanging out and watching the Masters together is pretty cool. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it was a good scenario, and that Saturday and Sunday rounds, that was really fun television. Just to basically, like, for me, I parked it. I had the grill going.
Yeah.
But I told my wife, I'm like, for the next 6 hours, let me be, and that was perfect for me.
Let me be, ma'am. Let me be. I've got some things I need to focus on, specifically Rory. Let's see if he's going to pull this off and win back-to-back. President Trump gave him a big old shout-out after he won. Congratulations to Rory McIlroy on another great championship, the Masters. He performed tremendously under intense pressure, something few people are able to do and would be able to think about doing. With each year, Rory has become more of a legend. I look forward to watching him compete in 2 weeks at Doral. The quality of professional golfers today has become extraordinary, and each and every one of them. They should all be proud the way they played at the Masters this weekend, President Donald J. Trump. So a nice shout-out to Rory. And, man, it was cool to see him celebrate, and especially with his dad, Jerry, there. Apparently they had taken in one of the practice rounds on Monday or Tuesday. You know, Rory was kind of by himself. I think it must have been Tuesday because it was reported that he was playing by himself on Monday during the practice round. So his dad, Jerry, must have came in and played the second day before everything kind of got underway with that par 3 on Wednesday. But cool to see him and his family and his baby. And it was just it was a great finish because it got a little questionable there at the end when was he on the 17th and hit it into the trees, or the 18th and hit it into the trees.
Oh yeah,
and they had to pull it back together and still kept the 2-stroke lead and beat Scheffler, and who I was kind of cheering for, if I'm being completely honest. And he and Cam Young both, but a great finish.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tremendous tournament, and it was so much fun yesterday to see. Basically, you had 8 people within a handful of shots of the lead, and so from minute 1 when they got going, and I had it, my phone alarm was like 2:24. You're not missing any of this stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
To watch the entirety of that round and the ebbs and flows of it, and to see how many people got close, and then to see how many people had the lead. And Rory McIlroy showed you why he's now a back-to-back champion. The guy had faltered in the front 9 and then just took over on the back 9.
Yeah, he said, this place feels like my home course. He feels like he had an unfair advantage. It feels like my home course. Haven't played anywhere else in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I felt prepared. Wherever I hit on the golf course, I sort of know what to do. I know where to miss. So, that was a cool statement at the end, the fact that he had been studying it the way he did and was able to go back-to-back first time.
That drew a lot of criticism, too, because he skipped a lot of tour events leading up to it where a lot of other guys played.
You know what? Where are those people now? Those people, all the skeptics, where are they now? They're awful quiet, Los.
And by the way, it wasn't like he was playing tremendously well. I mean, we start talking about, like, who was hot coming into this tournament. Maybe Rose, and that was like about it. Like just so the leaderboard was filled up with a bunch of dudes who'd won championships before, who'd won majors before, but no one was playing that sort of game. And so, as you're saying, Tug, what are you saying now? It wasn't like the dude had to stay hot.
Crickets. That's all I hear. It's crickets. Those guys aren't saying a word because. Give me the reason that's not good. I want to win the Masters. I want to win back-to-back. I want to be the only, the 4th person to ever do that in Masters history. So people are going to be like, I guess if you need clicks and you're just trying to have something to talk about that's, sort of maybe negative, because that usually gets more clicks than the positive stuff, that's the route you take. And they got their clicks and nobody's paying attention to them anymore. Dude, I think it's smart. Hey, skip whatever. I mean, it's not like you need the money. I want to go be a back-to-back Masters champion. How do you do that? you go play Augusta a whole bunch. Seems like a smart plan to me. Says the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Let's get to the first thing to know this morning as we count down to the blockade at 10.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
Well, they can't do that.
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the morning.
I would imagine that, as we kind of go through the morning and we talk about how many cool things that were going on, one of the things that did, I think, got lost in the wash was the fact that the United States and the Iranians got together and they were over in Pakistan. And I think a lot of this comes down to we were giving them an opportunity to try and tell us they could be normal.
Yeah.
And tell the world they failed at that.
Yeah, they completely failed, Ed. You're exactly right. And they believed that the Americans would fold. Boy, were they wrong. That was a mistake that the Iranians made at the negotiating table. They thought that this is the same old America. This is the one that was operational under Barack Obama or Joe Biden. And they found out really quickly that, Los, that ain't the case.
No, not at all. And when you look into what went on, and I believe, big picture, the reason why you sent the people that you did is to make sure, like if you were ever going to get a deal done, it was going to be with this group. But the fact that they didn't then pushed Trump to escalate things to another level. So by the time that we got to, early afternoon yesterday, it was, hey, talks fail, and Trump has decided to escalate this, not with bombs and bullets. It is now economical.
That's right.
And they have taken over the strait, and they were the ones that were then telling the Iranians, get out of here. We're in charge of this. The U.S. Navy's here now.
That's right. And the Iranians tried to radio to our Navy ships, and they're like, you better leave the straits. We're going to bomb you. We're going to lob missiles your way. We're going to destroy you even. And the United States Navy, they didn't flinch. They were like, what is this nonsense? You don't have a Navy. Who are you going to send?
Yeah, what's that little boat you got over there?
Your dinghy might not work against our warship. But it was funny. I listened to a couple of those calls because the CENTCOM had published a few of them. And it was like, it was in this weird broken English. It was like, you better leave. We're going to destroy you. It almost seemed like a cartoon.
We're going to shoot. Right. Okay, good luck.
It was very cartoonish.
Take your shot.
Yeah, but and I'll be honest, I wasn't even sure it was real to begin with. I used Grok and ChatGPT to confirm that yes, they were both real, and what we were hearing was not just somebody creating something over top of a Navy overlay. And turns out that was the case, which made it even funnier. Because you're like, oh my gosh, these people really are calling the United States Navy and saying, if you don't leave, we're going to shoot you. It was absurd and funny all at the same time. I love when stuff like that happens. But it was just another way of the Iranians making themselves look so pitiful. I almost felt bad for them, Los.
Well, now they're in a scenario where if the oil money is not rolling into them and the straight money is not rolling into them, now you're talking about the pressure, and I'm sure this was a discussion point at that table. Hey, whenever things don't work out, what happens in your world? People show up to your palace and they tear you limb from limb. Now that you don't have the money that you have that was previously coming in, I firmly believe that your private guard and everything else you've been paying for melts away into the countryside.
Of course it does, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're squeezing them with everything that creates wealth for them. And closing down the street, like all of the business that comes through there. And we must note that the president has said ships that are headed to UAE or Bahrain or any of those Gulf countries, they'll be fine. The only ones that can't transit with freedom will be anything that is coming or going from an Iranian port. So this is a way to completely squeeze the Iranians, to put them in a position where they have to, at some point, just throw up their hands because they can't afford to do anything else. But by doing this, Los, the most important, which has been the biggest strategy from the beginning, as we've noted on the show so many times, this is a direct shot at China.
Oh my God! Yeah, this is putting so much pressure on China to tell the Iranians, whatever you're doing, stop. And by the way, get your stuff straight, because China, because of the amount of resources that China requires, they are not going to be able to go weeks, let alone months, without the resources that the Iranians give them. And now we basically told the rest of the world, why don't you come buy gas and oil and crude and everything from us? And so to see the amount of ships that have now headed into the Gulf of America to end up loading up with our own material. You want to talk about a master's class? This is a master's class.
Yeah, 2 million. Those ships carry about 2 million barrels of oil, and they're coming to the Gulf of America, filling up and heading home. We were at 4.9 million barrels so far. They expect it to be over 5 million by the end of the month. The only problem is we're putting out, and it's great for America, it's great for our economy. Think about all the people that it's putting to work, Los. The people in Louisiana and Texas, the pipelines that run from, like Middle America, the Dakotas and Wyoming and all down through there, down bringing that oil down to the Gulf of America. So it's great for us, right? The only thing is, I don't think it's enough to quench the world's thirst, the world's need for oil. So that's still going to be a little problematic when it comes to pricing. And you heard Donald Trump talk about it. He said, I don't know. I hope prices dip, but they may not. And that includes through November and through the midterms. But he didn't seem concerned about it because he understands and realizes that the American people are behind us, or are behind him, and what he's doing in Iran. And we'll get to some of that a little later in the hour because it's so positive.
Well, not every American is behind us.
Oh, yeah, right.
If you're in the media...
everyday Americans is what I meant.
Yes, everyday Americans want this to go America's way. If you're in the media, you tend not to. And let's bring up a guy who... Thomas Friedman, when it comes to like the intellectual class, he's always basically spun up as... Well, this is like a brilliant writer with the New York Times, and he's so incredibly smart, and economically, he's so brilliant. This was a guy that during the Biden administration got everything wrong, okay? Like, one thing after another. It was all wrong. Well, he ended up going on to MS Now, and he tried to explain himself in terms of what he was looking to have happen. And what it comes down to this, Thomas Friedman would rather the Iranians have success than to have Donald Trump be able to claim victory. Take a listen.
Yeah, I find myself, Michael, in a situation where I really want to see Iran defeated militarily, because this regime is a terrible regime for its people in the region, and nothing would improve the region more than the replacement of this regime with a regime in Iran that was focused on enabling its people to realize their full potential and integrating peacefully with other countries and stop occupying Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. So I'm all for that. The problem is I really don't want to see Bibi Netanyahu or Donald Trump politically strengthened by this war, because they are two awful human beings. They're both engaged in anti-democratic projects in their own countries. They're both alleged crooks. They are terrible, terrible people doing terrible things to America's standing in the world and Israel's standing in the world. And so I really find myself torn. I want to see Iran militarily defeated, but I do not want to see these two terrible people strengthened.
So you're telling me, because you hate Donald Trump so bad, that you want the Iranians to win? Is that what I mean? I know he kept trying to cover his tracks going, I want to see their military destroyed. I want to... why is that even factoring in? Like, your hatred of Donald Trump, you can't put that aside to say, I want what's best for this country?
You are hoping for some sort of military defeat. And let's face it, military defeat in our case means dead American soldiers. That's the only way that gets us to pull back from this. That's what you're rooting for. And that's the way I would have put it to him. I'm like, so you're rooting for dead American soldiers.
Because that's the only way. There's
the only
nothing
way
else
that stops us.
Nothing else can happen. They don't really have anything else. It's not like they can hurt us economically. What else could it be? And then I love the fact that he said, because he covered his tracks again, that, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, they're alleged crooks. Alleged crooks. You threw that in there? So when you were reporting on, say, the Biden administration, did you ever bring up that Hunter Biden was selling access to the White House? Did you ever once bring that up?
He's an alleged cokehead.
And now he's so broke.
Well, crack, actually.
Crack, exactly. There's cocaine. Yeah, I guess it's Freeman. He's still the guy that's wondering where the cocaine in the White House came from. He's still curious. He still don't know. But on top of that, Los, it's gone so bad for Hunter Biden. Did you see over the weekend where he claimed or he suggested to fight one of the Trump kids in a cage match? Did you see that?
I saw that things have not gone well, that he hasn't sold a painting in however so long.
Reckon why?
What it really comes down to is that now that Pawpaw has no power, nobody wants anything to do with him.
Unbelievable. Where's Thomas Friedman on this? Do you think he would be like, hey, it's odd that a former president's son is asking the current president's son to get into a cage match and fight to figure out a way to make some money? Seems like he'd be curious about that. Why would it happen this way?
A little bit of an offshoot, but yes, when we think about what happened in Miami over the weekend where Donald Trump showed up to the UFC fights.
Yeah.
The amount of love that dude got and the amount of the people that were actually fighting in cage matches that were basically like, hey, how do I get on the White House lawn?
Goodness gracious.
How do I fight in that fight?
Yeah, I would like to see Thomas Friedman. We need him in the cage. Let's find him a fight. Let's see if he can get himself squared away. He needs a couple hands to the forehead. Maybe shake up that mud that's in there that ain't making any other sense otherwise. If JD Vance says the peace deal wasn't doable, it wasn't doable. The reason next on Extra 1063.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our Extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the Extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
Immaculately designed and manicured backyards can significantly enhance your property's value and visual appeal. And by adding a customized, professionally designed and installed artificial putting green from ATL Turf Co., it'll take your home to the next level. ATL Turf Co.'s custom greens are designed to replicate tournament-level green conditions with realistic ball bounce, roll, and speed, and has a stimp meter of 10 to 12.5. So maybe it's time to consider artificial turf.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turf Co. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hey, Dad, can I ask you something?
Sure.
How do you know when you're in love?
Well, can't stop thinking about him. Your heart races sometimes, and you just want to be with him every moment of the day.
Dad, I think I'm in love then.
Got a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I remember my first Subaru, too.
There are so many reasons to love a new Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, like standard symmetrical all-wheel drive on most models, top-rated gas mileage, and technology and safety that will give you the warm and fuzzies. Like the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek, with 182 horsepower and up to 120 cubic feet of interior space. Or the 2024 Subaru Outback, built to take you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. Add in their amazing staff and incredible service department, and you'll understand why love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. But the only way to know it's the one is to come in for a test drive. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Looking for affordable family fun in Atlanta? April 24th through 26th, the Mitsubishi Electric Classic presented by Venture is the perfect day out. And kids 15 and under get in free with a ticketed adult. Watch golf legends compete at TBC Sugarloaf, enjoy great food, and experience fun for all ages. Make memories together while supporting local charities. Get your tickets today at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com. That's MitsubishiElectricClassic.com. April 24th through 26th at TBC Sugarloaf.
Pay to play, sweetheart deals, government land grabs, and a rigged gambling law. Corrupt career politician Burt Jones made a fortune in public office. But it gets worse. Now Jones is in the tank for illegal Chinese vapes. They're poisonous, they're addicting our kids, and President Trump issued a national order to ban them. But just like a career politician, Burt Jones ignored Trump's order and blocked legislation to stop the sale of illegal Chinese vape pens in Georgia. That's right, Jones ignored Trump and blocked the legislation to ban them right here in Georgia. Why? Because the Jones family is making big bucks selling the same deadly addictive Chinese vapes Trump banned in their gas stations. Corrupt career politician Burt Jones. He sold out Georgia for Chinese vapes.
Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
For 250 years, Americans have believed in one powerful idea. We were meant to live free. Free to pursue our future, work hard, free to move, free to enjoy life without being held back. But if everyday aches and pains are slowing you down, it might be time to declare your independence from pain. I tried everything and anything to help me get rid of my pain, and nothing freed me. It just masked the pain, and the side effects diminished my quality of life. I'm sure you have been there if you have real bad pain. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free, research-based formula that is designed to help your body fight inflammation, one of the root causes of pain. And it is not a quick fix or a temporary mask. It works from the inside out, at the source. Relief Factor. It was created for people to get back to living their life on their terms. Is that you? Walking, working, exercising, enjoying the moments that matter? This year, as we celebrate 250 years of American independence, take your stand for your own freedom. Declare your independence from pain. Try Relief Factor today. $19.95, 3-week quick start. Ready for you right now. Visit relieffactor.com, 800-4-RELIEF.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, April 14th, and here are your headlines. Eric Swalwell is suspending his campaign for California governor amid mounting pressure over sexual assault allegations, saying he will fight false claims while acknowledging past mistakes in judgment. Calls for him to step aside came from both parties, including Nancy Pelosi, with several Democrats now pulling their support. Donald Trump is criticizing Pope Leo XIV over his stance on the war in the Middle East, calling the Pope terrible on foreign policy after he urged peace and spoke out against military action. Church leaders are pushing back, saying the Pope's role is to provide moral guidance, not political leadership, as tensions continue over the conflict. And finally, locally, a Georgia Tech graduate played a key role in the safe return of NASA's Artemis II astronauts over the weekend, with Lily Villarreal serving as the landing and recovery director and overseeing efforts to bring the crew back after splashdown in the Pacific. She says teams reached the astronauts within hours, calling the mission a major step forward for future space exploration. Today's weather is a mix of clouds and sunshine with a high of 84 and a low of 56. With your extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
We've always said America is very good at one specific thing. Los called it. He said, we're really good at blowing ass up.
Yeah, we are.
And he's exactly
We're elite.
right. We are elite level. Nobody compares that I can tell as we count down toward the blockade of the Gulf of Oman into the Straits of Hormuz and how that'll affect the economy of many countries, but specifically Iran. That's the most important thing. But I ran across this on BuzzFeed, dude. It's weird that they were pointing out the things that America does well. It didn't have the thing that you said, blowing us up.
Well.
It didn't have that. So it's kind of a
blow
null
the
and
entire article off.
Exactly. It's kind of null and void. But I was just surprised that it had a bunch of positive stuff. When have you ever been to like a Reddit or a BuzzFeed or any of that stuff that was ever positive?
Yeah, that's not really their thing.
Especially about America, man. They're always bringing us down. Like, I'll give you just a couple because I think it's kind of funny. This one says, as an American living in Europe, Americans do breakfast better than Europeans. National parks and local parks. The public library system. Theme parks. This one's good. The person said, in my country, we have one theme park. It's got one roller coaster. It's so lame. You know? So charity. They bring in charity and the fact that the United States and Americans as a whole donate more money than any other nation, and it's not even close.
Let me help this nerd here, this bookworm. There are three things I can tell you right on the top of my head. Now, number one, blowing S up.
Yeah.
Okay? That's first and foremost. After that, it's football, boobs, and twins. Yeah. Those are the next three.
Would beer not make an appearance? I feel like beer should
it's
be.
right in there. Goes right in there with football and boobs and twins.
brown liquor. I mean, I feel like that rounds out the top 5 right there. I feel we're in pretty good shape.
Oh, we do. We have a great library system.
That's what it says. I swear, dude. I swear. I'm going to text this thing to you.
No, we do football and boobs.
That's right. That's
and blow stuff up.
That is the important stuff. Like, that's the man stuff. Like that article. This article has to be written by. I'm gonna text it to you. That way you can gander at it a little later. 32 things the United States does better than other countries. I was born in Europe and moved to the United States as a teenager, and then it goes through the list. I found it fascinating because the first thing I thought was, oh, this 32 thing. The number one thing is going to be blow crap up, and it's not even on the list. What a waste! Look, what a miss! What a swing and a miss!
I'm gonna bomb the out of them.
See what I mean?
I mean, we invent. Tug, remember when we were kids, and that was the first time we had ever heard of laser-guided bombs.
Yeah.
Okay, where it's like you lace the target, here's what happens. And now our technology has gone even beyond that. We invent new ways to blow stuff up.
The discombobulator. Those gigantic lasers that used to be on the back of the truck.
Have you bled from your butt today?
Yeah, that's right.
The discombobulator will do this.
Because America can help you. we can fix it if you've not. We will do it. The one thing on the list that does make it, and I think it's important, especially since we live in the South, the only thing on the entire list that I think is deserved to be there is air conditioning. Since we created that.
Yeah.
And we live in the South. So, dude got one right out of 32. One, but
legit. Okay, good call, sir.
That's why. But he's European, so that's the reason he got all this wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't know anything about football. He's talking about soccer or something. Have I got time for soccer? We got football season, sir. Hell's wrong with you?
In 2022, 4,500 or more died in the UK from the lack of air conditioning.
Say that again.
In 2022, between 2,000 and it's on average between 2,000 and 4,500 per year in the UK die because of air conditioning issues.
Dude, that sucks.
Man, we put in like 1,000 fakers a day.
Dude, I'm telling you. And then,
come on.
Yeah, right. And then on top of that, they tried to go down that route of net zero. So now they don't even if they have air conditioning, they're going to have energy to turn it on. Dude, how bad would that suck? Would it be sitting there right next to the house, just ready to flip the switch, but you don't got the power to use it?
I got this thrown in my face all weekend long. I was trying to watch, my regular Hulu, and they're pimping new stuff at me, and I get it. That's fine, but The Real Housewives of Rhode Island. Okay,
what?
First off, it's Rhode Island.
Yeah.
The next thing I would say is this. All of them have fakers. And they all look good. Okay? Something else we do well.
They're all standing up and saluting. It's amazing.
That's right.
they weren't saluting anything in particular. Oh yeah, they were. The return of Artemis. That's why those girls
good
were standing
for
up.
you ladies.
Standing up and
nice
saluting
work.
The way that they were. Oh, Lord, I love it. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. If you can think of things that we also do, maybe we've left something out other than blowing us up. That
Waffle
we've left,
House.
Yeah, Waffle House. That's exceptional. Good choice there. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. All right, here's the reason JD Vance, in case you hadn't thought about this, it's the reason JD Vance was sent to the negotiating table with the Iranians. He was against the strike to begin with. It's been well established. It's been well documented. But like any good Marine, when his commander-in-chief says it's go time, dropping bombs or whatever, he goes and does it. Or if he needs to go negotiate, that good Marine posts up and he follows orders. Next, and more importantly, like I said, JD against the war, so he's got an incentive. Like, he wants this war to come to an end because it's not something that he thought we should do, which I respect. I'm fine with having a difference of opinion. In our party, on our side, we can tolerate that. I know the left and Democrats don't. We do. And we learned that, Los. Most importantly, we learned it during the Signal chat when they were talking about bombing the Houthis. And he said, I don't think we should do this. Let's let the Europeans handle this. This is their backyard. I appreciate his point of view. But because him being a good Marine, Trump said this is what we're going to do, and that's what he's doing. You've not seen any pushback because Marines don't push back. They get the job done and then debate it afterwards. I think that's so good. I think it's so important that JD Vance was a part of this for this reason alone, Los.
Well, and I think this is important too, Tug. you sent JD Vance because he has a history of not wanting us to be involved in any of these conflicts, including this one.
Yep.
And so you're able, if you're going to send anybody, like, don't send a warmonger to go and negotiate.
Right, exactly, because they're not going to accomplish anything.
No, go send the guy who wants peace. And the fact that they were not able to get a deal done, I think, says a lot to the rest of the world.
Of course
JD Vance, the guy who has no interest in this stuff, is like, they're nuts.
Yeah. When the guy who's against it goes and negotiates, and he's going to be able to and have the most incentive to get the deal done. But most importantly, when he saw those negotiations failed, it's all documented for the world to see. To your point, the world now sees the guy that didn't want to do it, and everybody knows, went there, tried to get a deal, and the Iranians were too dumb to get the deal done. They were too bullheaded to get the deal done. And it shows you that they want a nuclear weapon. That's been their goal from the get-go. They even brought it up again this time. During negotiations, they said you can have as much fuel to power nuclear reactors that will provide energy for your country as much as you want, free. You don't even have to take it from the United States. We will allow China, Russia, whomever you want to get it from, to supply you all that, as long as we can monitor it. And they said no.
I don't know how you deal with a mentality outside of just bombing them over and over again until you get somebody who is not as fervent of bringing on the 12th Imam.
Yeah. Well,
because they firmly believe that if they bring on global catastrophe, that is when the Quran will be fulfilled. Their dumb little book tells them the 12th Imam is going to show up and they'll bring justice to the world after it's already chaotic and it's on fire.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is the changes that are being made in the Gulf and in the Middle East overall are going to be extraordinary. I mean, you're seeing that these states that have never recognized Israel and even their ability to live, survive, be an actual country, that is changing in front of our eyes. They're going to, I would put my money on, they will develop formal relationships with Israel when this is done. When all of this is over, you're going to see the Abraham Accords be expanded. You're going to see countries that have never even considered saying Israel has the right to exist saying just that, all because Iran, still to this moment, they're still shooting, over the weekend, we're still shooting into the Gulf states, still shooting into Israel. And now the Gulf states, led by Saudi Arabia, are going to be like, no. We don't want to live in the Stone Ages. We don't want to live the way y'all are living right now. We would prefer to have a wealthy country that raises the standard of living for every one of our citizens, which will in turn be happy to live in our country.
I mean, just imagine, Tug, the reason why they keep firing at everyone is in the idea of escalating so that they bring forth their own apocalypse that they have been celebrating for the better part of 50 years. That once it happens, that's when their version of Jesus is going to be back.
Yeah, and not all Arabs are Muslim, and so that's another thing that gets left out, right? Is that some of these Arab states they don't believe the same things that the Iranians believe. So that's another reason for them to go, wait. You're trying to blow up the entire world for this crazy belief that you have that your guy's coming out of the whale. What is it again? And so they have even more reason, even more incentive, Los, to not fall for this, to not be a part of it.
No, it just when you start doing the whole math on it, it makes a whole lot of sense why the rest of the region looks at them and says they can't have a nuclear weapon because this is what they believe.
Yeah, and then they made a really big mistake. The Iranians made a major mistake. I want you to hear this news report. And it is the mistake that the Iranians didn't see coming because Donald Trump is in the office of the president and not some other.
The But I can tell you that regional sources say the Iranians made a major mistake at the negotiating table. They believed that the United States would fold. And obviously, the Trump administration went in with very clear objectives, and the Iranians were unwilling to meet those objectives, namely their nuclear program and getting rid of that enriched uranium. This is a key component to build a nuclear bomb. And regional sources and sources in the U.S. have been very clear. If you allow Iran to keep the enriched uranium and the facilities that allow them to create enriched uranium, they will continue to try and create a nuclear bomb, and everything would go back to square one. And so that's exactly what the president is trying to avoid here. He gave the Iranians a chance at the negotiating table to make a good faith deal and get rid of that enriched uranium and open the Strait of Hormuz as they are supposed to do as it relates to international law, and they've been unwilling to do both of those things. And that is why at this very moment the region is once again on the brink of military conflict, because Iran is unwilling to make a fair diplomatic deal.
They made the mistake of saying, they're bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't bluffing. Donald Trump ain't bluffing. The United States is not bluffing. And Iran made a major miscalculation by thinking they were. Now, they've already wiped them pretty much. Like 90% of the country is in shambles. As far as military installations, anything that might cause a fight between or give them the ability to fight back against the United States. Most of that is blown up. Now you're going to completely squeeze them economically. And then at that point, Los, the cards are going to start folding quick.
I would like to imagine, Tug, that if this was playing out in a similar fashion in my home, this would be like me going to my 15-year-old and saying, "You're grounded." And then her saying, "No, you're grounded."
That's right.
Okay. She does not have the ability to do that.
That's right. It's not the way it works, sweetheart.
It's not the way it works. In our case, in the United States case, that's exactly how it works. Where the Iranians were like, "Well, we'll close the strait." Like, "Well, we'll help you."
Yeah, we'll do it ahead of you.
Why don't we take care of that for you? Hold on. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No. We're closing it. Even to you.
Well, yeah, right. Actually, only to you, because we're going to let people come through. We're going to check in with the other ships. If they're headed to UAE or Bahrain or Kuwait or wherever, they're going to be free-flowing. They can get in and out, no problem. It's just you that
do you
can't.
Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, please.
I don't think you can do anything about it.
Do something about it. If you have a problem with it, do something about it. We'll wait. Except for they'll make phone calls to Navy ships. "We're going to do something." And the Navy ship's like, "Okay, have at it, man. We're ready for you. We got Sea Whiz loaded. We've got drones ready to launch. We got anything we need to take care of the situation." Who still trusts Trump? The answer on Iran. By the numbers. Next on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 13th. The 90th Masters has a back-to-back champion as Rory McIlroy closed out the lead from the opening round to win, shooting 12 under to win the tournament by one stroke. McIlroy ends up pocketing $4.5 million in earnings. The Atlanta Braves took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians, beating up on Cleveland last night, 13-1 the final. The Miami Marlins come into town to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Grant Holmes versus Yuri Perez on the mound. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan and the Fan app. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Don't miss division rivals, the Philadelphia Phillies at Truist Park, April 24th through the 26th. The fun starts Friday with the Star Wars ticket package and theme night. Then Saturday, the Braves honor longtime manager Brian Snicker with a pregame on-field ceremony as he's inducted into the Braves Hall of Fame. The weekend concludes on Sunday when the first 3,000 kids get a mini Michael Harris II bobblehead. Visit Braves.com/promos for all the details and to purchase tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
So, you had a long day. You decided to stop for a cocktail on the way home. The next thing you know, you had one too many and you just got pulled over. You need A Second Chance bail bonds. A Second Chance can get you or a loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases in a matter of hours. A Second Chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Get help now. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or contact them online at atlbail.com.
Quick question. Are your tires ready for spring rain? If your tread is worn, traction drops fast on wet roads and stopping distance can increase when you need it most. Right now at Marietta Toyota, they can take care of you because it's the Toyota Tire Savings Event. Buy 3 tires and get the 4th for just $1. Get the right tires for your Toyota, installed by factory-trained technicians with road hazard coverage included on eligible tires. Toyota Tire Price Match is available, plus top brands and additional rebates that may be available. Voted Best of Cobb, Best New Car Dealership, Best Dealership Service Center for 2026. You can trust the work. Offer ends April 30th. We're right where we've always been, Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Restrictions apply. Valid on participating brands. 4th tire of equal or lesser value. Offer ends April 30th, 2026. See dealer for details.
Attention, extra listeners. Tax season is here. Do you have a retirement tax strategy in place? Because tax planning for retirement is not just about reporting your taxes, it's about planning them. We work with you to create an efficient tax plan to take you through the next stage of life, the next 10 years, 20, 30, and beyond. We'll help keep the golden years golden. Our fiduciary team provides personalized guidance to keep your financial future secure. Don't wait. Plan now for peace of mind. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey, Braves fans, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I head straight to Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Their friendly team and industry-leading technology give my car the ultimate shine every time. Experience an elite clean you can count on at Tidal Wave Auto Spa, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves and my go-to car wash destination.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year. Help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand. Look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella. And we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit tbtofga.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at tbtofga.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
And they're still talking about impeaching Donald Trump. And again, if we lose the House, they will impeach him. The first thing they'll do is impeach him. They'll lose, but they will impeach Donald Trump again.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. If you missed anything from the first hour 48 of the show, you can listen to it right there on the Extra 106.3 app. It is available to you and for you. I want you to get that thing downloaded because it's so easy to listen to the show and listen to anything that you might have missed if you ever are not able to be a part of the 4-Hour Club. Los, there's probably a handful of people that are not part of the 4-Hour Club. Maybe.
I mean, we'll allow it.
Yeah.
But just this one time.
Barely.
Barely.
We just might allow it. I don't know that we do it much.
We're going to give you a demerit.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's not on your permanent record.
That's
It's just
right.
for the time being.
That's right. This is like it ends at the week. You reset at the beginning of the next week.
That's right.
That's right. I like the way that works. Yeah. I don't really.
We're going to fix your red wagon for right now.
Exactly right.
You fix it, and then we're good.
That's right. We're all back to good. We're all back friends again. American trust in Donald Trump doing the right thing is at a pretty good level, especially when it comes to Iran. And I want you to hear this. This is from CBS's Face the Nation this weekend. The fact that the mainstream media is having to admit this too is pretty. That put a pretty big smile on your face.
As for, the aspirations, Americans broadly support them. 87% say Strait of Hormuz needs to be reopened. 81% want to ensure freedom for the Iranian people. 76% want to permanently stop Iran's nuclear program. 55% want the current leaders ousted before we end the war.
Nothing falls below 76%. I mean, even CBS is like, well, dang it. The American people are really, really behind this guy trying to take away a nuclear Iran, which would endanger the entirety of the world. So, so the fact that CBS Face the Nation is recognizing it, I think that other people are too, even if they're not saying it.
There is a trust factor going back to 2016 that Donald Trump is not getting us involved in conflicts unless we have to get involved. I think that's the best way to put it. When you look at what we've done operationally since 2016, it's not extensive. It's not like we've been, hopping the globe and bombing places all around the world. That's not what has gone on. So the fact that this is going on now, this is what he's using his political capital on.
Yeah.
Is making sure that the Iranians, who are nuts, don't get close to a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and we're going to figure out a way to, and I don't know what that looks like. Do you send in? I mean, when you finally squeeze them to the point where they can't do anything else because economic is what this blockade that starts in about 2 hours and 10 minutes is supposed to do. Just squeeze them like an anaconda when it comes to the economic survival of the IRGC, who's effectively running the country right now. I know they still use Big Gay Al, the Ayatollah's son, is what he's been coined. I keep seeing it pop up on social media. Big Gay Al,
Big Gay Al,
Big Gay Ayatollah. So he's still a figurehead, even though most people don't believe that he is in a position where he will ever recover from the injuries that he has, and may have even passed on. There's a lot of debate there, but squeezing them, cutting them off from any sort of economic success is going to just smother the IRGC, and at some point they'll have to. They absolutely have to come to the negotiating table because they are going to put themselves in a bad way. Because if Iranians aren't able to have basic power for their home, Iranians aren't able to conduct themselves in their business, because most people have lost their businesses by this point, there's a real incentive for people to rise up and be like, we are done with this.
Well, and I think that's what was part of the point at the negotiating table was you don't want to have us leave this to your own people. And I think the Iranians, a lack of foresight, whatever it was, never considered that we would choke them off further economically and create a scenario in which we are basically telling their own people, rise up and tear these people apart.
Yeah, it's on you. Regime change is on you. I mean, we've put them in a really bad way. I mean, most of the leadership is all dead. So everything is whomever they're dealing with in Islamabad, and then whoever the remaining factions are, which they're at odds with each other too. The ones that are in Iran don't want them negotiating, the people that went to Islamabad negotiating with us. So there's already internal problems for the what's left of the leadership of the country.
Oh yeah, that's. I guess the way I look at it, Tug, is they're in such a weird place where it took us a while to figure out who to negotiate with.
Right.
And now we've even gotten to the point where we're negotiating with people, but what is their level of power?
Yeah. What could they actually do? Even if
what
they
are they actually able to do? Like whatever they tell us, like, hey, Tug, I'm going to give you $1 million. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can do that.
Do you have $1 million? Yeah.
But if you were to say, hey, I'm going to get a million people to show up and go to your show, can you?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, but you're right. Like, what is it that the people that they're negotiating, if they sign off on everything, what is it that they can actually deliver? Are they going to be able to deliver the uranium that has been enriched to 60%? What are they able to actually?
Do you have to fight another faction of people?
And I believe the answer would probably be yes. And that's why you're seeing these big transport aircraft from China landing in Tehran over the weekend, because I expect that they're arming those factions that you're talking about with those shoulder launching rockets. With I think they're called man pads. That's what took down the F-15. We expect a bunch of that stuff to start showing up, probably drones in there too. You're seeing the Chinese, because they're getting squeezed more than anybody else, with 40% of their oil and energy coming through the Straits of Hormuz, coming from Iran, that being cut off. Prior to that, Venezuela being cut off, because this is all a big strategy, a play against China, truly. And the Chinese are not going to sit down on their hands and not do anything. They're going to start lending a hand to the Iranians, I expect. What does that look like moving forward? That's a big question mark.
The Chinese are finding out right now. This is now going back for several months. Your equipment ain't that cool.
Yeah, we've already shot it all down, shot it all up. And look, I don't expect
bypassed it, flown past it.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, with the exception of the shoulder-fired, heat-seeking, rockets. That's the only thing you've had success with. That's it, and that was a low-flying jet that you shot at. So all your radar and all your fancy stuff didn't work out all that well. So it's not very frightening. But look, I do expect the Chinese to try to maneuver and manipulate here to better their positioning, because it's in a pretty bad way right now. How would Trump get those oil-thirsty nations to buy directly from the United States? He's already done it. We'll explain it next on Xtra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
My favorite TV show right now is, like many of you, The Pit. Life in an emergency room in a Pittsburgh hospital. The characters are interesting, each with their own story. There's one, Dr. Melissa King. She, in real life, is the daughter of Bryan Cranston. And I saw her being interviewed about The Pit and her role, and there on her blouse was a button, Ice Out. And there you go, another mindless, boneheaded liberal. How dare we find these people in this country who are here illegally and deport them? And again, I'll point out to you, you cannot underestimate the hatred the left has for Donald Trump. And the main reason he is working to deport these illegals, the undocumented migrants that the Democrat Party and Joe Biden work so hard to bring into this country, because they represent future Democrat voters. This is the Democrat way back into power. Donald Trump stuck his big snoot in it, and they can't stand it. Have you heard about the Seattle mayor? In Seattle, the crime rate is 5,782 per 100,000 residents. That's 173% higher than the national average. And here comes the mayor. While the criminals are going unpublished, Mayor Katie Wilson is more worried about ICE in Seattle than criminals. She took office January the 1st and immediately ordered the police department to investigate, verify, and document any reports of immigration enforcement activity. She instructed Seattle cops, if dispatched to a location where apparent immigration enforcement activity is underway, officers will document the activity with in-car and body-worn video, validate the status of apparent federal law enforcement agents through official identification, and secure scenes of potentially unlawful acts to transmit to prosecutors. This leftist mayor is more interested in prosecuting ICE agents than actual criminals. Be afraid. Our country cannot survive too many idiot left-wing elected officials like this. At least Swalwell is on the way out. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Iran is on deadline again. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. But unlike the one President Trump pulled back from threatening a bombardment, this one would impose a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran refused to reopen fully to oil and other shipping last week.
Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective.
The president talking to reporters last night returning to Washington after weekend talks with Iran fizzled in Islamabad, where Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports.
Vice President JD Vance offering what their officials are calling his final offer to the Iranians, which includes some red lines. That has been taken back to Tehran. And perhaps President Trump upping the ante, now saying he's going to put a blockade on Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz if they don't reach a deal. 10 a.m. Eastern, the U.S. Military Central Command says the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports.
Iran has responded that no port in the region will be safe. As a result, oil prices back up more than 7%. WTI back over $104 a barrel, leading stock futures lower on Wall Street. Now back to the president. He also ranted against Pope Leo on Truth Social and told reporters,
he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world.
Pope Leo responded this morning before landing in Africa for an 11-day trip.
Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up.
Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell has dropped out of the governor's race in California.
The 45-year-old Democrat has been accused of sexual misconduct by 4 women. Allegations include one former staffer who says Swalwell sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions. Swalwell has repeatedly denied these claims.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan. And Swalwell, there are calls from Democrats and Republicans for him also to resign from Congress. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, this 25th anniversary of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation remains committed to honoring the heroes shaped by that day. Heroes like NYPD Detective Victor Vargas, a U.S. Air Force veteran who died from pancreatic cancer after serving in the World Trade Center recovery efforts. Tunnel to Towers honored Detective Vargas by paying off the family's mortgage. You can donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today. That's intouch.org. Thanks.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Come on. Bryce trying to get us in a poison mood on a Monday.
Medina Monday.
That's right. Absolutely.
Good for you, Bryce.
Well, that's right. What is this? Ride the Wind? Is that what it is? Yeah. I remember this. This is from the Flesh and Blood record, same with Unskinny Bob, right? Am I right about that? Come on. My poison knowledge is off the charts.
Another piece of good news.
Yes.
The girls have left the house.
Oh, good. Because last time your wife flew out of town, it wasn't that way. You had a little bit of a hiccup. And so now we're back to good.
Yeah.
Good
the oldest did not make the bus. Well, she ended up sort of making the bus. And so that was the panic as my wife left for Scottsdale, Arizona at 4 o'clock in the morning this morning to make sure the kids get out the door. And the youngest one is out the door and headed to the bus stop.
Good
so
news.
Mission accomplished. I am single dad for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week.
There we go. Medina Monday, getting the girls out the door. And
man.
Success. We've had success. This is great. I love it. Glad that you're with us, too. If you got the kids off to the school bus or maybe you're driving to school now, we appreciate it and welcome you to the Morning Extra. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. There are a lot of people at the Braves game over the weekend. Zach Brown was there because they had done the new intro for Sunday Night Baseball, which you heard Bryce play a little bit earlier. But also Mike Tomlin, former Steelers coach. Now, his daughter is in gymnastics, right? And so she is a gym dog out in Athens. So I've seen him a bunch out there, meaning seen pictures of him. I've not personally seen him, but seen pictures of him out there going to Georgia basketball games when the season was going on. Obviously going out to see his daughter in the gymnastic competition, but it was cool to see him at a Braves game last night, man. He's kind of taking a shine to the state of Georgia, it seems, Los.
I will tell you, I went out there with the family on Saturday. Had a great time, even though the Braves didn't score.
It was tough.
We went out to the escape room and played the escape game, and so we did that, and then had dinner over at Feast. That's the Asian place.
Yeah, right down at the end.
Loved it. Had a great time there.
I always wanted to try that place. Is it good?
So it is a Asian cafeteria. So it has one giant bar. The middle is all seating, and it's actually, I think it's 5 different establishments.
Okay.
So you can basically walk over and pick out what you want and go sit in the middle. And so we went over to one of the establishments and grabbed some stuff. And my younger daughter wanted to go to one of them and grab gyoza and all this sort of stuff. But with all that being said, when I went into the stadium, the very nice man who helped me out, he was like, we did 42,000 last night. And wow. I think they just got just under 41,000 because of general admission. So it was that place is just cooking right now.
Dude,
and again, another 3-game series with Miami starting today.
And they've not lost a series yet this
only
season.
Team in baseball.
Nope. The only team in baseball. That's right. Yeah, I remember seeing that after last night. I think it was I heard some of the broadcasters talking about it, just how cool that is. And let me tell you, man, I was just during the break looking up City Connect stuff. I don't want a jersey necessarily. I know my son, Jacob, probably will want a jersey at some point, so I got to figure out how much I got to pony up for that. But I was just looking for like a cool T-shirt or a sweatshirt or something. And I know we're headed into summer, and people ask me, why in the world are you buying sweatshirts? Because I'm always cold. I wear jeans and sweatshirts all summer long, yes, or at least at a minimum sleeves all summer long. So I would take a thin hoodie or a thin long sleeve T-shirt. But anyway, the whole point is I was looking through it, and there's so much stuff, dude. I could go bankrupt just buying City Connect stuff, Los. I mean, it's that because I love it.
It was very popular.
Dude,
a lot of people were buying it all up over the weekend.
Can I tell you my favorite thing, though? I love the powder blue because it reminds me of the Braves away jerseys that Dale Murphy and those guys used to wear in the 80s. But my favorite thing is the ATL on the sleeve.
Yes.
In the theme of the old TBS.
TBS.
God.
Yeah, it looks so good.
The only thing that it would have made, I mean, it's a 99.9. The only thing that would have made it a 100 is if they would have just went ahead and put TBS. Just put it on there.
Well, you either get it or you don't.
Yeah, that's right.
It's one of those little small features of that jersey.
Point. That is such a great point.
I mean, it's if you were a fan of the 90s Braves, then you immediately recognize it.
Yeah, no question about it. So much fun seeing the Braves take 2 of 3 from the Indians, with the exception of the night the Los win. I'm not sure what happened. They got shut out, right? 6-0.
Yeah, they got shut out 6-0.
They couldn't find they couldn't have hit a water if they fell out of a boat. But anyway, fun times to go, no doubt. You always want the home team to win, but sometimes they don't.
Dude, I was for the first time so far this year, and the first time in probably 2 years, I was Sweet Los.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's big time, man.
Let me tell you, for after the show, I have a story for you.
Oh, okay.
I've first off, the suite was packed. A lot of nice people.
Yeah.
Met some really cool people.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. That suite, sometimes it's really hopping.
Yeah.
And it was hopping on Saturday.
Yes, dude, I'm telling you.
it was going.
And when it is hopping, it's one of the funnest places to be.
It's a lot of fun.
In that entire ballpark, man. Something about that Dickey Broadcasting suite, man. And most of the time, not always, but I would say a good 60, 70% of the time, that thing is hopping.
It was hopping Saturday.
And I look forward to hearing what you got to say about it. Masters were extraordinary, man. It's everything it's supposed to be. It lives up to the hype. It's gorgeous. It's a point of pride for me, being a guy that's born and raised in Georgia, that the center of the golf universe is there off Washington Road in Augusta. And, so many people that went over from our office. I was talking to Colin Wheat, our sales manager. I guess he took some folks over there, some clients over there.
Colan.
Yeah, that's right. And took them over there Saturday, and he said it was extraordinary. The weather was perfect. The people were perfect. And there is something awesome. Some people will probably complain about this and not like it, but I don't care. I think it's great. I love the fact that you can't take phones in. I think it's fantastic because people are actually paying attention to what's happening in front of them. They're actually living in the moment, Los, instead of trying to film the moment, which is never as good as living the moment.
I've never understood that at concerts. It's like the show's right in front of you. Why are you recording it?
Yeah, right.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Considering that when we were getting through Thursday and we got into Friday, and you had the situation where Rory McIlroy had a 6-stroke lead on the field and he might run away with it. Man, as soon as we saw the Saturday outcome and things tightened up, I was like, it is going to be awesome on Sunday. And sure enough, it was a lot of fun yesterday.
It was so amazing. And
because he could have run and hid with that.
Yeah.
Had he kept that momentum going.
Yeah, I found out just from young Bryce last hour that he had been there and missed a couple of tournaments just playing Augusta, just to get in there and be able to try to repeat as back-to-back champion, first time since Tiger, early 2000s. And if I'm not mistaken, whoever did it back in the 60s, it was like the 60th anniversary of that happening.
Jack Nicklaus?
Yeah, maybe Jack Nicklaus, yeah. The fact that he did it like, 65, 66, and then this was like the 60th anniversary of that too, which is kind of cool. Man, I couldn't love the Masters more. And it's to be honest, one of the few tournaments that I keep up with from beginning to end. Like, I genuinely care about what goes on. I genuinely watch anytime that I'm standing around doing nothing. That's probably what I got going. And if not, just keeping up with it on my phone. So much fun to see Rory do that. And it's great for the state of Georgia.
This is one of the best sports times of the year. With
it is.
March Madness, you got the Masters the week after, you got baseball starting, playoffs in the NBA and NHL starting. I mean, it's
a good time to be alive, ain't it? God, I love it.
Oh, give me the NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting quietly.
Patiently. Wemby winning an award this year, Los?
Yeah, and I've been waiting since 2018 to actually have a playoff.
Do you mean your team in the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It's been since 2018?
Right around there.
Gosh, man. How long has it been for the Hawks? It's been a minute for them too, ain't it?
Well, they always make the play-in, but in this case, no. They're a lot better situated this time around. But they are the hottest team in the Eastern Conference.
Dude, that's the thing that isn't that so funny? Like, everybody was like, when they traded off Trey, they're like, oh, the season's done. We got nothing left. We're just pack it up. And then all of a sudden they've gone on a run that's nobody saw coming.
Turns out they're actually better.
Dude, and my son argued with me like I was
That's
crazy.
hard to say, but they are.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And to me, Los, I loved Trae Young. Don't get me wrong. But it's not hard to say at all. It's unfolding right in front of your face. How can you argue it, you know?
How can you fight it?
Yeah.
So what, are you going to fight the wind?
Yeah, absolutely right. Bryce, that's...
Yeah, they finished 46-36. At the All-Star break, they were 26-30. And per Elias Sports, they're the third team in NBA history to be 4 or more games over 500 at the break, or under 500 at the break, and finish the season 10 over.
Dude, it's amazing. Good for the Hawks. I love it. I'm proud of them. And that might even lure me in, man. Because I watch on occasion anyway. You know, I try to keep up with the score more than anything, but I try to watch once in a while. Man, if they stay as hot as they are, might be. Call me a fair weather fan. I don't care.
As long as they're playing well, I'm in.
Absolutely right. You want to see a team win. You know? Like, it's different for the Braves, man. I watch the Braves no matter, because I've always done that, right? It's just natural. I mean,
we've all watched 70-win, 75-win seasons.
That's exactly right. And so, you know, to see the Hawks do that, I'm willing to jump back in. I bet most of the city of Atlanta is too. Now that most people are tuning into the Hawks, it's a little different on the world stage, right? Maybe the Hawks aren't the focus, but the United States is the focus. Los, and all of a sudden, the entire world is looking to the United States for oil. They can't get it through the Straits of Hormuz, because here in about hour 45, that thing's going to be shut down like Fort Knox, and people are coming to the United States because we're the biggest exporter of oil and natural gas in the world.
What an amazing global map that started as of about 24, 48 hours ago, and to see all of the tankers of the world headed for the Gulf of America. I mean, just the look of everybody coming to us to basically say, all right, so this is closed. Let's go to America and buy oil. I saw this one really good post, and I believe it was entirely correct. It was like, take the Tucker Carlsons of the world, take the weirdos who have this outlandish opinion. If this isn't one of the greatest economic victories and mobilization of your military victories in the history of this country, then you're not really paying attention.
Yeah, or you're choosing not to admit what's in front of your face.
Like the left was active on X last night because there's nothing else they can do other than bitch.
Right? Can you imagine living your life like that? Just trying to... Dude, but there are people on our side doing it too. Tucker and Alex Jones, and there's several of them trying to do it too. I even have a listener that I like a lot, but I can't figure out which way the wind blows. I feel like, with him anyway, because I feel like he listens to us during the day, and he'll hit me in an email talking about how Trump's did something well, and then he'll spend the rest of the afternoon maybe listening to the Resistance podcast, and the next email I get will be like, Trump's the worst. He's destroying America. Why are we proud of anything that he's doing? I don't understand how you have those two same opinions in the same day.
My only answer for this is that you have people that have to be contrarian in order to make money.
Right, in the resistance part. But as a listener.
That's it. Yeah. Like if you consume the contrarian stuff. Like I remember I was listening to the Joe Rogan podcast, and he had on a guest, and the guest fired off about 3 things in a minute that were factually just wrong about the Iran war. And as I'm listening to it, I was like, is anybody going to correct this guy? Is anybody going to correct him?
Did anybody do it?
Nope.
Of course.
And so I was like, all right, that's the checkout. Sorry, you were going to get 3 hours. Instead, you get 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's tough.
But that's the difference in this sort of stuff, where you go about and you consume this stuff that's basically here's the deal. And we saw this, and this is probably a bigger topic for another time. But X is changing their what they're doing in terms of paying people. They're changing their plan by which creatives who create content on X If you create original content, then you're going to be paid. If you do not, and you're just basically putting out other people's content, you're going to see a whole lot less money.
So they're using what you're saying. Make sure I got it. If you're creating original content, you're good. Everything's the same. But if you just go and grab somebody else's content and then comment on it, that's when it'll be reduced. Am I hearing that right?
We're going to about 20% of what you were making.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's going to slow some people down.
Well, so what it's forced is for some people out there who are creating original content to make it more out there.
Right. Yeah.
And basically pushing it like, how much, so rather than just having intelligent conversation, intelligent content, it's now turned into Tucker trying to, and again, listen, I like this stuff, but Tucker had on an exorcist.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, okay. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, fascinating.
Like he's talking aliens and exorcism and all sorts of stuff like that.
And then I hate Donald Trump too. Or
there you go. And Israel's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, Israel's controlling the president, and which is
because you can find plenty of people that don't like Jewish people.
Dude,
all right.
What is for the life of me, I could not figure that one out. And this has been happening since the beginning of time, right?
Right.
I just struggled. Like, what is it? What am I missing? Or what is it that I get that y'all don't? I just do not understand that whole mentality. And I guess maybe I didn't grow up around it. I don't know.
Well, in the history of the world, when things go wrong, there's always a group that always it gets associated to. And more times than not, it gets associated to the Jews.
How about...
That's why there's pogroms.
Right. But how about blaming the people that are responsible for the problem? Maybe like the Iranians. I don't know.
Possibly do that.
But I feel like banging my head against the table sometimes.
So Tucker's gone down that road. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
this is what happens when you don't have 17 producers around you to keep you,
on the rails.
On the rails.
Or on top of that, Los, on top of that, maybe there could be somebody with an ulterior motive paying him a whole bunch of money for him to have this opinion all of a sudden.
Sure, that's part of it too.
I believe that's what it is. I've been convinced of it more and more. The more and more I hear, the more and more I'm convinced that he's taking money from somebody, just like we thought Candace Owens was when she went off the rails on the crazy train. Like, there has to be a reason that all of these people are saying the exact same things all of a sudden. And it don't just happen by chance. Something tells me there's a payroll somewhere. I don't know. Could be wrong. But if you feel that way too, you can let me know. Or you feel exactly opposite. 404-741-1230. When we come back, most Democrats don't even buy their own 25th Amendment strategy. Next on Extra.
It's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and steel. All right, first off, you've seen what's going on now. The grass is growing. Things are picking up. You need to get yourself some steel power equipment. Built to last, built to work. That is what steel delivers. And why not go over to Howard Brothers? Howard Brothers has the experts when it comes to steel power equipment. They can help you get set up, whether you are just a regular, everyday lawn person like me, or you're a professional. Either way, steel power equipment can get everything taken care of for you as we get into this spring and as we deal with your lawn on a regular basis. Head on over to Howard Brothers and deal with steel.
Fighting the communists with truth every day on the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Great, another auto repair. You took it to the dealer and now you're starting to panic. They say it's going to cost thousands and take weeks to complete. So don't fall for the tricks. Take it to Vicks. From simple oil changes and tires to transmission replacements and collision repair, you can count on Vicks Auto Care for honest, affordable service. Vicks Auto Care on Roswell Street in Marietta. Visit them today at VicksAutoCare.com. That's VIKS Autocare.com.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader,
This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org. Helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Living with everyday pain is like having a voice that always says, no, you can't do that. No, you better sit this one out. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can help get you back to life on your terms. One where you say yes a lot more. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients does not just mask pain, it helps reduce or eliminate it for good. Whether it's your back, neck, joints, or muscles, Relief Factor can help you, as it has for so many others. So call 1-800-4RELIEF and give Relief Factor's 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day to get your life back. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. And see how you can say yes to more of everything you want.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, April 14th, and here are your headlines. Eric Swalwell is suspending his campaign for California governor amid mounting pressure over sexual assault allegations, saying he will fight false claims while acknowledging past mistakes in judgment. Calls for him to step aside came from both parties, including Nancy Pelosi, with several Democrats now pulling their support. Donald Trump is criticizing Pope Leo XIV over his stance on the war in the Middle East, calling the Pope terrible on foreign policy after he urged peace and spoke out against military action. Church leaders are pushing back, saying the Pope's role is to provide moral guidance, not political leadership, as tensions continue over the conflict. And finally, locally, a Georgia Tech graduate played a key role in the safe return of NASA's Artemis II astronauts over the weekend, with Lily Villarreal serving as the landing and recovery director and overseeing efforts to bring the crew back after splashdown in the Pacific. She says teams reached the astronauts within hours, calling the mission a major step forward for future space exploration. Today's weather is a mix of clouds and sunshine with a high of 84 and a low of 56. With your extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Congratulations to those folks at Georgia Tech, man. That is such an honor for them to have somebody so involved in the return of Artemis II and getting them home safely. God, I know they must be proud. And but let me tell you, that's the kind of work they do at Georgia Tech. That's what Georgia Tech, a Georgia Tech degree, man. That is, I say what you want about the Ivies. I would take a Georgia Tech degree over Harvard or any of them, if you're asking me.
Well,
not that I would get any of them. They ain't going to let me in any of them.
There was a story that was in the news last week talking about the new Ivies based on the scores and what it takes to get in, and that how Emory and Georgia Tech were basically part of that, as the Ivies are no longer the Ivies any longer.
That's right, because they're so determined to undermine their own value by letting people in that probably shouldn't be in, or not even probably don't score good enough to be in.
They have remedial math in Harvard now.
What? That makes sense. I wonder if they got remedial math at Georgia Tech. Something tells me the answer is no. Something tells me down at Emory they don't got remedial math. And look, I'm not smart enough to be at any of those schools, and I recognize that, but I applaud the people that are, because they're smarter than the average bear, and they're in there because they deserve it, not because something's been handed to them.
Man, if we sent Tug back to school,
that'd be terrible.
Maybe for a class,
be rough.
I think he would do great. I think a lot of school is when you're there, your level of maturity going into it. Like, let's face it, the only reason that you went to school a couple of times and it didn't work out, Tug?
Dropped out 3 times, same school.
Is you probably weren't in a place where you wanted to be in school.
I don't know that I didn't want to be there because I did. Well, the first time, I'll say out of high school at Dalton State College, I didn't want to be there. Yes, that's correct.
You found the calling. You wanted to go around the world. You wanted to see the world. I think it's hard when you have something else in mind to then find yourself in a classroom.
Yeah, and then the next 2 times, the reason because I did well, the next 2 times that I dropped out was all about moving. The first time, or the second time, I guess, I'd gotten out of the Navy, started going back to, I was working in radio, was doing afternoon drive, and went to school in the morning. And then I got a promotion from the little bitty Dalton stations to the much bigger Chattanooga stations. And so I put school on pause. I finished the semester, put school on pause, and then went to work there. Got situated. Since I was doing nights at the country station, I started to go into school in the morning. And then, I'm going along, doing pretty well. And then my wife gets the job offer here. And so I put school on hold again and then moved to Atlanta. So it was really about timing more than anything else the second 2 times.
That's what I believe in. That it doesn't mean that school is not for you or for anybody else. I think a lot of it is just timing.
Yeah.
And what is the scenario? What are you applying yourself to? And I think that's trade schools, that's regular school. Like, if I wanted to be involved in HVAC, okay, that time has passed.
Mm-hmm.
But if I ever had done it at like 18 years old, probably would have killed it.
Yeah, that's right. For me, I am capable. Yeah, maybe. I'm good enough, smart enough, and I'm capable, and people like me. Come on.
I'm Doug. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But here's the thing, because we were talking about, as we got started with remedial, they don't, they're adding remedial math classes at the Ivies, like Harvard and Brown and places like that. Not at Emory, not at Georgia Tech, but they did have it at Dalton State College. You know how I know that?
I have an idea.
I'm for certain that they did.
I have an idea.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I was in my remedial math class at Dalton State College, it was relatively embarrassing because I'm not kidding, dude. They started out. This is awful. I'm so embarrassed to say this. The remedial class that they had me in, it started out with like adding and subtracting.
Oh no!
I swear, I was like, I can do this, man. I'm not that dumb, But then when it got up to decimals and fractions, things started kind of falling apart for me, and it was not a good situation.
This is why you're a fighting penguin of Dalton State.
That's exactly Roadrunner, sir.
Roadrunner.
2-time basketball national champion. The Dalton State College Roadrunners. Come on, dude. Come on, get it right. Fighting penguins. It's the dadgum Roadrunners. It's the dadgum Roadrunners. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. All right. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. Speaking of HVAC, if you wanted to work on HVAC, you maybe get a job with Chuck and his team over there. They can set you up right. Said they'll have somebody like Los, but probably that has more expertise.
More experience.
Yeah, he's probably done it a little longer than maybe Los. And they'll get you set up with a maintenance agreement to make sure that your equipment lasts as long as it possibly can.
And if you go to work for them, they'll pay you in dinero, which is just as good as money.
That's exactly right. Man, they could pay me in pimento cheese sandwiches and I'd be fine. Come on, dude. You don't talk about eating some pimento cheese this weekend. I love it to begin with, man. I was putting it down like nobody's business. It was like I was at the Masters, actually. How many pimento cheese sandwiches? I had one every day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Nice.
I don't know if that's a bragging point, but for me, it is. Anyway, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com when it comes to central heating and air conditioning. The Democrats do not believe in their own 25th Amendment BS. I saw over the weekend that some of that conversation died down because none of them believe in it. But let's back up to the end of last week when Ro Khanna was talking about it nonstop. The Democrats were talking about it nonstop. And even Marjorie Taylor Greene, of all people, were talking about the invoking the 25th Amendment. Now, we went through the Biden administration where Biden clearly didn't have any ability to be the president. He was of diminished mental capacity. And I don't say that with any joy. I take no joy in it. I think they took advantage of that man. But I want to bring you back to now because the Democrats don't even believe in their own 25th Amendment tactic, but they're going along with it to appease their base. I saw this on Friday from leftist outlet Axios. The political cost of opposing even the most drastic anti-Trump tactic has risen considerably. Democrat lawmakers don't want to get an earful from party faithful for being insufficiently combative against Donald Trump. That's from Axios. Quote, I personally think it's a fool's errand, said one centrist House Democrat. Another asked why Hakeem Jeffries, took this step and told Axios he has no damn idea why they're doing this. It's just irrational. It makes no sense. Nobody, including the party faithful, don't even support it, and it doesn't matter. They know that their voters don't care about rational thought or making decisions made on good, solid, principle and idea. It's only the resistance. The only thing that matters, Los, is their TDS.
Okay, here's how random and insane this is. So let's say you're a Democrat and you come up with a good idea. Let's say you come up with a tax policy that most of America says, oh, that sounds great. Like, what a great idea. The problem is that when Donald Trump adopts that policy and starts to advocate for it, you now have to crap on it.
Yeah, right. You have to turn.
It was your own idea,
yeah. But now
and it might have been great for everybody. But yet, because it's Donald Trump, you have to turn it into, this is now the dumbest thing, even though you're the one who came up with it.
You have to do an about face on your own idea because
Think about
Donald
how
Trump likes
strange
it.
that
Dude,
is.
it's the worst. But the Axios article says it. You have to oppose Donald Trump. You have to be drastic in your opposition of Donald Trump. We don't want to get an earful from our party faithful for being insufficiently combative. Insufficiently combative. I'm not being aggressive enough against you by talking about putting you in jail or talking about how you need to be shot or any of that. I need to fall into those categories.
You only tried to shoot him twice.
Right. And it's
insufficiently combative.
That's right.
Were you upset that you didn't raid Mar-a-Lago twice?
Yes, or didn't do it again yesterday. While he was watching the Masters, we needed to be in the panty drawers.
Let's go get him and DeSantis.
That's exactly. We'll get them both. We have to. Insufficiently combative. We have to do things that appear like we're putting up a resistance. And unfortunately, it's happening on the right, too. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, we talked about earlier, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, and the rest of that whole resistance bunch that make no sense whatsoever. So you're trying on both sides now. You have people trying to oppose Donald Trump and Marjorie even I saw a picture this weekend of Marjorie hanging out with like the Code Pink protesters. I was like, what in the world? That's how delirious this woman is.
I do
Sad.
enjoy telling the left when they're obsessed about things. And then what I always will make sure to let them know. I get paid to do this. You act stupid for free.
Yeah, right. And post it so people can see it.
I mean, you consistently are posting or saying or doing whatever, and you do that for nothing.
Yeah.
Do you realize how obsessed mentally you must be with politics to do that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
I get compensated every 2 weeks for it. What are you doing?
And then on top of that, like when we're done at 10, we usually turn it off until late in the afternoon.
Check out.
Yeah, seriously, until late in the afternoon. So you can get caught back up, figure out what's going on. Formulate an opinion about it?
I watched the Masters for about 5 hours yesterday.
Dude, me too.
Not one time was I going, I wonder what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say about this.
I wonder who she's taking pictures with and there in the rotunda at the Capitol. And why are you there anyway? Like, what's the purpose of you being there? I thought you said you're done with all this. And yet, she's not. She's going on, she's going on with Alex Jones and whomever else that will align with whatever craziness. Dude, a long time ago when they used to call her crazy, I didn't call her crazy, but I never rushed out to defend her either because I always thought it was weird, especially when she showed up at CPAC that time and she was speaking in front of Nick Fuentes' group. And the whole time I kept saying, and when she came on, I even asked her, I was like, you didn't ask a question? about who you're walking in front of and who you're speaking in front of. And she's like, no, my whoever schedules me, they told me where I was going, and that's where I went and spoke. Dude, I don't believe that for 1 second. And now flashing back, I haven't really thought about it until today. Now flashing back, it all makes sense. That she wasn't who she purported herself to be. Well, she wasn't the strong conservative I thought she was.
And then this goes over to people like Alex Jones. And I saw over the weekend where people were pointing out, he lost his company because of Trump. No, he lost his company because of himself.
Yeah, right?
I was like, he's now, again, it was the left that went ahead and did it. They didn't like what he had to say about Sandy Hook. But, I mean, at the time, I think Alex Jones was in a place where medicated, whatever, that dude was off the rails.
Yeah.
And he was saying things that were nuts.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with Donald Trump.
It never,
okay?
It
never did.
And, dude, he sounds like all the people that we've mentioned so far sound like they belong on CNN probably more than they belong anywhere else. And at this point, CNN, I mean, nobody trusts them, nobody believes them, but there may be a new group of people that they're not going to allow on their airwaves, Los.
Yeah, it's going to be kids. It's going to be the 12-year-olds that shouldn't be on the air. There's something that we understand from years of being on the air. It's that if you're going to say something about somebody, you have to make sure and point out that you're alleging information. Okay? You can't just throw out anything you want to. If I was tongue-in-cheek, if I was to say, well, Tug has a moat. Okay. We're having fun with it.
Yep.
If I was to say, Tug has a truck. All right. That's totally fine. The moment I say, Tug's going to murder his wife.
Oh.
Like what?
I didn't see that one come by. Los, I wish you wouldn't say that.
Again, now we're getting into an area where things change. Take a listen. This is CNN, and it took Scott Jennings. Keep in mind, no one on the panel on CNN said anything when this kid was talking until Scott Jennings pointed it out.
Appreciative that the president is being transparent about this. I would love it if he was more transparent about the human sex trafficking network that he was a part of, but you can't win them all.
Cameron's grateful that the president is being transparent about the Nobel Peace Prize and his desires for Greenland. Scott, what do you think about that?
You going to let that sit? Are we going to claim here on CNN that the president is part of a global sex trafficking ring? Or
well,
we're going
to talk about the Epstein file. Scott, I will do the fact checking as we go along here.
Well,
you didn't. What you said about the global sex trafficking ring?
That Donald Trump was provably very involved with it.
Okay. We'll get to that later. I mean, Donald Trump has never been charged with any crimes in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. But
let's be adults here.
We'll talk about that.
Let's be serious.
Satisfied?
No, you can't just say that. That's what got 60 Minutes and ABC all sued.
That's what happens when you put on 24-year-old leftist influencers.
Yeah,
they don't know how the game works, and of course, Scott Jennings, who's looking at it like, we just gonna let that sit there?
Yeah.
He was the only one. The only one who was like, you can't say that on television. Oh, by the way, there is no such thing. I mean, that's taking stuff from like 4chan and Mother Jones and treating it as fact.
Yeah, and it's not even close. It's not even the realm of possibility. And yet they didn't say a word, dude. They just let it go. Had Scott Jennings not brought it up, had not pointed it out, it would still be sitting today.
And then he was like, provably.
Yeah. He tried to cover his tracks a little bit. Tried to
that one.
use language.
Twerp.
Yeah, what a freaking goon, man.
What a dork.
But that's what they put on there that's what they put on their network to pass off as news. To pass off as factual, to pass off as people that are, credible. And Cam Caskey is the last thing that is credible. Dude, the fact that nobody, and knowing that ABC got sued and The View goes on every week just about with a correction because they're trying not to get sued again, it's unreal that CNN is just going to let it slide. We'll see how that works for them. When we come back on Extra 106.3, remember when the media tried to weaponize the kid in the blue hat? Boy, what a backfire that turned out to be. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 13th. The 90th Masters has a back-to-back champion as Rory McIlroy closed out the lead from the opening round to win, shooting 12 under to win the tournament by one stroke. McIlroy ends up pocketing $4.5 million in earnings. The Atlanta Braves took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians, beating up on Cleveland last night, 13-1 the final. The Miami Marlins come into town to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Grant Holmes versus Yuri Perez on the mound. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan and the Fan app. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
It's still the greatest form of advertising, word of mouth. If we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be rich. But we can't. That's what keeps it honest. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons. From garage doors to entry doors to windows, for every opening of your home, we've got you covered. Talk to your neighbors. Chances are we've worked on their home. They'll tell you all about their 5-star experience with All Four Seasons. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. The legacy of Joe Biden lives. His open border policy let millions of illegal criminals stream into our country. We continue to have customers visit the showroom and report that they have been victims of break-ins and lost their hard-earned and irreplaceable items. So don't be a victim. Drive by the Safe House showroom and see what real security looks like. Picture yourself placing your valuables in a Fort Knox safe. Now that's real protection for your priceless valuables. Drop by the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Los with Tom, the Honest Car Guy. Let's talk about the new way to buy a car in 2026. Tell me how you can save clients thousands of dollars in this process.
I got a customer here, Jeff Everhart. I met him today first time because I delivered his 25 model Honda Pilot, fully loaded with only 16,000 miles on it. Jeff, answer Los's question about that one.
It was actually shocking. I mean, you hear the advertisements, you want to believe it, and then when you go through with the sale, and there's no extras, there's no dock fees, there's no storage fees, no transportation fees. The price I was given was the price that I paid plus their honest fee. I did save thousands of dollars, and it was a very quick sale.
Well, we appreciate that.
And did it from my living room.
Did it from your living room.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guests are Francie Chapman and Dr. Dawn Atkins from Rock Bottom to Redemption. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
You hear bail bonds and you think one thing. Someone to get you out of a jam. But A Second Chance Bail Bonds is built differently. This family-run team, led by brothers Daniel and Ryan Matalon, believes everyone deserves a second chance. And they prove it every day through the A Second Chance Community Foundation. They support local nonprofits, partner with law enforcement, and stay active in community programs, food drives, and safety initiatives. Bottom line, they don't just work in the community, they're part of it. Learn more at a2cfoundation.org. That's a2cfoundation.org.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
If you got a chance
Join us Saturday, June 13th as the Atlanta Braves and Live Nation host the first ever Braves Country Fest, presented by Truist. A celebration of Braves baseball and country music featuring Cody Johnson and Ella Langley, along with Ernest and Mackenzie Carpenter, as well as musical performances and activities inside the Battery Atlanta. A portion of proceeds benefit the Atlanta Braves Foundation. Get your tickets at braves.com/Braves Country Fest.
Former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich is strongly endorsing conservative Rick Jackson for governor. Here's Newt.
Few fought harder for President Trump than me, but nobody will fight harder for you than Rick Jackson. I've known Rick for over 20 years. He came from nothing, built a real business, and saved thousands of lives through his conservative Christian organizations.
America First warrior Newt Gingrich strongly endorses conservative Rick Jackson.
Like Trump, Rick is a once-in-a-generation leader. And like Trump, he can't be bought, he won't be intimidated, and the corrupt insiders know it. That's why they're scared. Rick will freeze insane property taxes, cut income taxes, and he'll fight for you, not the insiders. Join me in supporting my friend, Rick Jackson.
Stand with conservative Newt Gingrich and vote for the conservative outsider, Rick Jackson, for governor.
Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Oh, I'm serious, folks. This really perplexes me. If you have an above-average IQ, how in the hell can you vote Democrat?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We always welcome your calls at 404-741-1230. David is on the phone. David, what's on your mind, man? Good morning.
Well, listening to you guys talking about this clown, and, man, these people just don't learn. I mean, they're making just outrageous accusations about a man who is not afraid to sue your butt into oblivion.
That's right. Absolutely. David talking about the last segment where the 25-year-old was on CNN talking about how Donald Trump was a part of this sex ring.
I learned a lot about Cameron Kasky during the break.
Oh, wow. Did you, what when you looked him up, what'd you find?
So he's another one of the, and I'm going to use the term, survivors of a school shooting.
Oh, got
Theater
it.
kid.
Got it.
Democrat, gay, didn't finish school, got involved in the whole influencer class. I'll just go ahead and make sure that I talk about the things I'm going to talk about. The one thing he has going for him, he's Jewish, and he's decided he hates Israel.
Okay.
So that's why they put him on. They're like, well, he's an authority.
Yeah, look, he's got it all down pat.
But yeah, again, don't bring the kids to the party.
Yeah.
This is how you get sued.
That's exactly right. And Scott Jennings did, if nothing else, he protected CNN. He's the one who's like, hey, y'all, you going to let that stand? Because if you do, you're probably going down a bad road. It doesn't make sense to do that. So
you want to talk about something else that's really fun? I want you to look up the name Allie, Allly, Sammarco, Sammarco. So this is someone that her husband is alleging that Eric Swalwell sent her DMs and messages and everything else like that.
Ouch.
Now, here's the deal. If you find her on Instagram, she's effing nuts.
Oh, wow.
But it's the best part of Democrat politics, how the snake swallows itself.
Yep. And that's what's happening with him.
She was so infested in Democrat politics that even somebody she believed in turned her into a meat puppet.
Goodness gracious.
Like, show me them teas is basically what he was telling her.
Dude, I mean, the Swalwell story, though we've suspected stuff like this for a really long time, we weren't in the know necessarily. You just kept thinking, man, where there's smoke, there's fire. At some point, this dam will break. And sure enough, it has. And the Democrats cannot wait to sell him down the river. Not because they care. It's because they want him out of the way. They're afraid that they might lose California and the governorship. Yeah. They're not asking him to step down from Congress. They're just asking him to step away from the California governor's race.
That's it.
Dude, so when they act like they care, they don't. And there's a perfect example of it. They don't care about children either. because they will use them as weapons as well. And they will do it anytime they get a chance, Los. And this is one of those opportunities.
So the situation that we had several months ago was the kid on the street in Minneapolis, and he had his blue snow hat on, and his dad had basically jumped out of the car and taken off.
Yeah, just left him.
It just left him, just took off. And they, basically ICE made it a point to take care of him. And at the time, the media wanted to run with it as like, oh my God, look how they detained this kid. Well, no, dad took off and mom wouldn't open the door. Okay. The most flimsy asylum that we have seen that has gone on, and it was being granted during the Biden administration, is economic asylum. Basically, well, I can't make as much money in my country, so I've come here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
That is the most flimsy version. Again, if you're from South Africa and you recognize that the country wants to kill you,
yeah,
I get it.
That's right, because that's actual fear for your life.
Yes, if you were before things had flipped, if you were a Christian in Venezuela in a country that was trying to do away with religion, get it. Totally. Asylum. Okay, asylum seeker. Take a listen as this ends up being from the MAGA Democrat. This ends up being a rundown of how the story plays out. This is the other half of the Paul Harvey story.
Everyone remembers the photo of little Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old migrant child pictured in ICE custody in Minneapolis wearing a sky blue bunny hat. ICE said that they tried to give Liam to his mother, but she refused to open the front door, leaving them no choice but to detain him. The liberal media turned him and his family into a cause celeb, evidence of the Trump administration's limitless cruelty, especially after Liam and his father were taken to an ICE detention center. A judge ordered them released on the grounds that they had a pending asylum case, but this asylum case was fraudulent, something an immigration court found in March, and ordered the family immediately deported to their home country of Ecuador. And in a recent interview, Liam's mother admitted that they were economic migrants.
Sí, mi niño fue a la puerta y me golpeó la puerta porque yo estaba adentro.
You were scared about being detained. Do you believe ICE was using Liam as bait?
Sí.
Yes, you do.
Sí.
What was the most difficult moment for you during that entire process?
Lo más difícil es que no podía hacer nada, porque no venimos de este país a hacer daño. Venimos a darles el futuro mejor a ellos.
Of course, I understand why somebody would try to falsify their way into a country with a higher standard of living so they can give their children a better future. It's still fraud. Liberals demand that we have compassion for the people coming here illegally and demanding the right day. But where is the compassion for working class Americans who have to compete with them for jobs, whose taxpayer dollars go to subsidizing their free health care, whose children have that much less attention from their teachers in public schools? Liam's parents are economic migrants who broke the law and lied to come here, and they need to go home.
Boom.
Suckers go home.
That's right. Exactly.
That's it.
It's not hard.
That's all.
Dude, I bet the amount of fraudulent asylum claims under the Biden administration, I bet it was 90%, if not more. I mean, that's just a complete speculation. It's a complete guess for me. But we keep seeing it over and over and over again. And this is just one example, but I'm telling you, I believe that most of the asylum cases, because they would just say, oh yeah, they're claiming asylum, so they would let them in, knowing that the court date would be 6 or 8 months, knowing that they wouldn't show up, and knowing that they were just going to be residents moving forward.
I mean, if you're Ukrainian and you say I'm fleeing a war, 2 things: don't live near me.
Yeah,
and okay, I get it.
Yeah,
but don't live near me.
That's right. The mother.
My history with Ukrainians on my street is not great.
Uh-oh. Did you get in an argument or a fight or something?
No, this ain't the best.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for it. I've not had the experience. I've just not had the experience, so I don't know about having them.
Let's just say the traffic laws do not apply to them.
Ah, got it. Absolutely. Well, neither do immigration laws, apparently.
Apparently so.
The mother of all strategic moves in the war against Iran, next on Extra 1063.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063.
My favorite TV show right now is, like many of you, The Pit. Life in an emergency room in a Pittsburgh hospital. The characters are interesting, each with their own story. There's one, Dr. Melissa King. She, in real life, is the daughter of Bryan Cranston. And I saw her being interviewed about The Pit and her role, and there on her blouse was a button, Ice Out. And there you go, another mindless, boneheaded liberal. How dare we find these people in this country who are here illegally and deport them? And again, I'll point out to you, you cannot underestimate the hatred the left has for Donald Trump. And the main reason he is working to deport these illegals, the undocumented migrants, that the Democrat Party and Joe Biden work so hard to bring into this country because they represent future Democrat voters. This is the Democrat way back into power. Donald Trump stuck his big snoot in it, and they can't stand it. Have you heard about the Seattle mayor? In Seattle, the crime rate is 5,782 per 100,000 residents. That's 173% higher than the national average. And here comes the mayor. While the criminals are going unpublished, Mayor Katie Wilson is more worried about ICE in Seattle than criminals. She took office January the 1st and immediately ordered the police department to investigate, verify, and document any reports of immigration enforcement activity. She instructed Seattle cops, if dispatched to a location where apparent immigration enforcement activity is underway, officers will document the activity with in-car and body-worn video, validate the status of apparent federal law enforcement agents through official identification, and secure scenes of potentially unlawful acts to transmit to prosecutors. This leftist mayor is more interested in prosecuting ICE agents than actual criminals. Be afraid. Our country cannot survive too many idiot left-wing elected officials like this. At least Swalwell is on the way out. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Look out, it's only me, it's only the Kimmer, and I'm back. Catch me and Pete every afternoon right here, 3 to 6 on Extra 106.3.
Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
Instead of bombing Iran, the U.S. will blockade it. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran refused to reopen fully, like President Trump demanded when agreeing to a ceasefire. He told reporters last night, flying back to Washington after weekend talks fizzled.
Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it.
So 1 hour from now,
the U.S. Navy starting a blockade on Iranian ports around the Strait of Hormuz.
Fox's Trey Yingst also reports from Tel Aviv.
Now, the Iranian military is warning that no Gulf ports will be safe if their own ports are threatened. We understand there are a variety of contingencies in place, and U.S. Central Command says that humanitarian vessels and regular commercial ships not coming from Iran will be allowed to use the Strait of Hormuz.
The stock market sell-off looms with futures falling as oil prices spike up about 8%. Pope Leo, who's been critical of the conflict in Iran, just spoke out in Algeria against continuous violations of international law after President Trump ranted against the Pope on Truth Social and told reporters on Air Force One,
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime.
The Pope on his plane headed to Africa responded.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
Congressman Eric Swalwell is dropping out of the race for governor in California, facing sexual misconduct allegations from 4 women.
He made the announcement on X suspending his campaign, writing, quote, to my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's. Some Democrats and Republicans have said that if Swalwell does not resign, they will try to bring a vote to force him out of the post.
That's Alex Hogan. America's listening to Fox News.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11/01, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping American heroes ever since. Heroes like FDNY Lieutenant Edward J. McDonough Jr. McDonough served at Ground Zero. He later lost his life to a related cancer. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to honor his sacrifice by paying off the family's mortgage. Donate $11 a month, and you can amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into your everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today. Thanks.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Little Poison Monday. You think we only do it on Fridays? No, we get off the rails on the crazy train with hair bands on Monday if we need to. And including big covers like this one. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
Mama
big
Don't
song.
Dance. This song's so good. And their cover of it is so good. I mean, this is one you can just flip on and turn. And I'll be honest, Friday evening, like late afternoon into the evening before we went to our little Masters themed birthday party, I guess because of Friday, I was on such a hairband kick. Dude, I was listening to Poison and Cinderella and Bon Jovi and Guns N' Roses and Winger and Slaughter. You know, I was just a little bit of everything was in there. Rat, Damn Yankees. I mean, it was just all that scene, whatever that was. LA Guns, Faster Pussycat, all of it. Dude, I was rock. My wife got home. She's like, "What are you listening to?" You know, because it was on one of the songs that she had no idea
You
about.
had on a big old fake hairpiece.
Yes, absolutely. I was like, "What do you think?"
Fishnet shirt.
Yes, absolutely. You can see my nips. What do you think? And she was like, "Put a shirt on, you weirdo." That's what she was thinking. Do you ever do that, though, where you get on just a crazy kick and listen to something that you hadn't listened to maybe in a while?
Oh, yeah. No, there are definitely a lot of it is like, it feels like it's road trip oriented, where you will start going down roads of listening, whether it's bands or particular albums or stuff like that. Like my wife and I were talking about it. I think this was on Saturday, and we were headed down to the ballpark. I'm like, I have an urge for Matchbox 20.
Yeah.
Yourself for Someone Like You. I'm like, that's from 30 years ago.
I know, right?
And we're like, well, I'm like, we should listen to the whole album. We didn't. We were talking about it.
Yeah. You're listening to Long Day and 3 a.m. and Push. You know, that whole record was so good.
It's 30 years ago.
I know, but it's still good.
It's a good album.
Their guitar player from Atlanta, too, I believe. They're at least the original. I don't know if he's still in there, but he's an Atlanta guy. Your Mama Don't Dance, 1972, Loggins and Messina, and somebody will take exception with this, and I'm okay with it. I think the better version is the cover by Poison.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, Loggins and Messina's fine. 1970 is
I hate
fine.
to do it. Listen, there are people that have remade All Along the Watchtower.
Yep.
I think they're all better than the original.
Okay, yeah. Well, Dylan, you know, sometimes there are people that just don't dig Bob Dylan. I do. Matter of fact, when me and Laura got married, Bob Dylan was going to play my hometown of Dalton, Georgia, Northwest Georgia Trade and Convention Center. I mean, I couldn't even imagine Bob Dylan playing there. We're on our honeymoon in Dirty Myrtle. And I was like, sweetheart, what do you say? We drive home, go to the Dylan show, and then come back. And she was like, not no, but hell no. She feels the same way about Bob Dylan. I was like, but it's Bob Dylan, and I've never seen him, and it's in my hometown. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't wrap my head around this. And she was having none of it. She was like, we're staying in Dirty Myrtle. We're going to go shopping for beach bags or something, you know?
Seems like y'all don't have a lot in common music-wise.
No, not at all. Funny enough, like she loves contemporary Christian. I kind of like contemporary Christian. I love old country. She doesn't care at all about old country. She, all the stuff that she likes, I'm fine with. Like she likes the Cranberries and Rusted Root and Natalie Merchant, and I like all that stuff. So I'm kind of an open book. I like it all.
It's amazing y'all got married. How much she likes the lesbian music.
I know, right? You would think she was like a Lilith Fair attendee or something.
Yeah.
Turns out, no.
Just let them pits go. It was like, I hate men.
That's right. Yeah. And when I met her, she'd already cleaned up, though. She'd already shaved.
She'd already flipped back. Decided this wasn't going anywhere.
Right. Her friends told her how bad she smelled.
I want to get married and have a baby.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. She'd shaved down. It was great.
Got her hair back to normal color.
Yes, absolutely.
She shaved down. It was great. She's like, I had my time.
That's right. Lilith, who was my best friend for about 2 years. Not any longer, though. Lilith, you go on about your business. I'm going to find me a man.
It changed her name back from Larry.
Yeah, that's right.
Call me Lawrence.
That's right. Damn it. So good. Yeah, it is. She loved all the Lilith Fair music. But to be honest, I liked it too. But I like Jewel. I think I liked looking at Jewel mainly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was fine. Who Will Save Your Soul was fine. You know, Foolish Games. You Were Meant for Me. All that was fine.
Met her in like 2002.
Okay.
Somewhere right around there. Now, she came in to the radio station back when I worked in Dallas with the husband at the time, Ty Murray.
Ty Murray, when she was married to the Cowboy. They have a kid together, too, I believe.
Yeah, and I will just say this. Whatever you think of Jewel, she's prettier in person.
Dude, she is a knockout.
Man.
When she tried to do a country album, when I was doing mornings over on 101.5, me and Cadillac in Dallas, she came in and she stayed with us. And then at noontime, we went over and did like this. They called it the High Noon Saloon or, whatever. And we went over to somewhere in, I don't know, downtown Roswell, and she performed, and it was great. And I didn't mean to throw her a curve, but I think I did. I was like, "What's your favorite cuss word, Jewel?" And she proceeded to tell me that it was the S-bomb. She was like, "That's the one." She was like, "I use them all, but my favorite might be the S-bomb." She was like, "I don't think I've ever had anybody ask me that before." And I was like, "Yeah, probably not," because it's an unusual question. Just trying to throw her off her game a little bit, and she just giggled and laughed. It was like, it was my shining moment there. For a second.
You were like, "Man, I really did something there."
Yeah, and she'd already divorced Ty, so I thought maybe there was a play there.
I mean, it was a possibility.
Yeah, right. I just have to leave my wife and everything, and it fizzled right after that question.
Come on, I mean, you just tell your wife, "Hey, it's Jewel."
It's Jewel, babe. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I'll be back. Just give me a second.
Yeah, that's right. She's on the top 5 list. I thought we understood the top 5 list. Everybody understands the top 5 list.
I mean, it's Jewel.
Yeah.
Hey, let it go.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be upset.
No,
just
celebrate.
calm down.
Take it as a compliment.
That's right.
That if there's ever a time where I'm going to step out of this marriage, it's for Jewel.
Yes, and you love her music. You should think this is great.
You'll be fine.
Everything's good here. My goodness. But anyway, she is. You're right. You're so right, though. She's absolutely stunning.
Yeah, really pretty.
I kid about the rest of it, except for the S-bomb question. I really did ask that one. Braves looked good over the weekend. That night you went, Los, that things didn't go as well, but everything else over the weekend, they took 2 or 3 and then welcomed the Marlins to town today. Then the Masters. The Masters were just exceptional. They always are. They never let you down, and they were exceptional again this week. I know you spent a lot of time in front of the TV, as did I, and every freaking body else. I would imagine the viewership's going to be through the roof.
Yeah, not a lot of drama on 18 after the second shot. It was basically, all right, watch Rory go ahead and set this up for an easy little putt here. But that final round, with seeing from 224 on through the rest of the evening, to see the amount of people that had a shot at the lead, that had the lead, Rory giving up the lead, taking back the lead. I mean, that's the Sunday drama that I love.
Yeah, and then, and Scheffler to start out the entire tournament was not playing well, and then for him to kind of hone it back in and then be a factor toward the end was fun to watch too, because I was cheering for him, and I liked the Cam Young kid. I didn't really know about him before the Masters, to be honest. I don't even know that I'd heard his name. I had to kind of look him up, and he's got a great background, and he makes sure his family goes to church on Sunday before he even goes and plays golf, which I love. He's sponsored by Major League Baseball, which I I don't think I've ever seen anybody that had that sponsorship in golf before, which was smart, I think, on baseball's part.
Yeah, that was interesting. When I saw that, I was like,
does he have the MLB logo on his collar?
Knowing that so many of these guys look like NASCAR.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
tasteful NASCAR. You know what I mean? It's not quite as boisterous. It's not quite as in your face as like a NASCAR T-shirt with all the sponsors on there.
It's not Chico's bail bonds.
Yeah, right. Well, not everything can be that cool, you know. So it's a little more subdued, but cool nonetheless, man. It was a great weekend for golf. It was a great weekend, and the weather was perfect. It feels like the pollen's dying down just a little bit, which is good.
I hope so.
Didn't have as much on my car when I left this morning. But that's where we are, and I think that's good. And I hope you had a splendid weekend, too. This is the Morning Extra. On Extra 106.3, let's get to the first thing to know.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Extra, the Morning Extra. Tugs Los, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
So the mother of all strategic moves is being played out right in front of you. History in the making. We're going to blockade the Gulf of Oman, blocking the Straits of Hormuz, essentially blockading the Iranian blockade. The Iranians have been charging people $2 million for safe passage through the Straits. Donald Trump says, nah, that's not going to work for us. We're not going to go in and take Kharg Island. We're just going to block you off and cut off the economic engine of the Iranians. Not a single boot on the ground, which the American people did not want. You and I talked about how we didn't want to see that either. You're going to have to figure out a way to get this done without firing many shots. And they're not going to have to fire a shot at all, that I can tell. Their Navy, for the most part, is at the bottom of the ocean. Their money will stop flowing just like the oil has. And they put themselves, Los, in this situation by failing to negotiate in good faith with JD Vance and the envoy that went over to Islamabad.
Yeah, and for anyone who says, well, why didn't they do this sooner? Just as Tug had told you, it's escalation to de-escalate. And we had the threat last week of, if you don't show up to the table to talk about peace, then we're going to blow everything up. Well, okay, it was never going to happen that way. Even though the left went from, he's going to nuke it, to taco.
Yeah, okay. Chicken down again.
Y'all are idiots. To then see how this is played out, which was, we're going to give you, and this is what I believe the administration was doing, we're going to give you the opportunity to make a deal. If you do not, we're going to squeeze you economically, which we have not done to the same extent as of now. Now that it's going to happen, now good luck paying your thugs to keep the people of that country in line.
Yeah, 90% of Iran's oil exports come through the Straits. So you don't need to lock down Kharg Island, just block the Straits. So you get that extreme amount of pressure, and there's no ground war. This is cutting off the tankers to the main revenue stream for them, and you don't send in any troops, no American casualties. Everybody has to be happy about that. And then all of a sudden, the fact that the United States is incredibly ahead of the world when it comes to oil exports and natural gas exports. Now those ships that would have potentially gone through the Straits to buy Iranian oil are now rerouting to the Gulf of America. It is unbelievable. 4.9 million barrels of oil already, and by the end of the month it will be over 5 million barrels. It's unreal what's happening.
Don't ever tell me that when it comes to Donald Trump and this administration, that the regular thing applies to them in terms of Republicans are dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
This has been a master's class in, all right, we'll tighten the vice some more. Y'all want to work? Fine, we'll tighten the vice a little bit more. Now you've tightened the vice to the point where if you squeeze them off economically, then the people that particular group, the IRGC, what they do is they pay people to keep the populace in line. If they don't have those people, I think the population tears them apart.
Maximum pressure with minimal risk. That's what it is. You don't have the risk of hurting soldiers and sailors. Now, I mean, being in a war zone, there's always a risk, right? I say that with that understanding. Anytime you're in a war zone, I mean, when I was in the Gulf, we had a plane crash on deck, so there's always risk. But this is minimal risk at fighting with the IRGC and anything left as far as their military goes, which is very small, minimal, but it exists, and there are dangers of drones, and there are dangers of some of the things that the Iranians could try to deploy. But that whole scare tactic of mines in the Straits of Hormuz, boy, you're talking about something that blew up in the Iranians' face quick.
Yeah.
We had 2 destroyers cut through there going, okay, where are your mines? And then now we're deploying what we have, which is, at least in the Gulf, we have drones that are able to detect mines. And now all of a sudden, the UK is saying, we're going to send minesweepers. We're going to participate. Wow, welcome to the party, guys.
Well,
welcome.
What do we always say? When it's almost over.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's when they jump in.
Dude, I mean, isn't it funny now that everybody in Europe kind of behaves the way the French are known for behaving, just being yellow?
It's vulture tactics. It's, all right, you made the kill. I'll swoop in later to get a little bite to eat.
Yeah, I'll eat off the carcass now that I don't got to do anything. But you know what? That's fine. You know, they participate, and maybe you can mend some fences with Donald Trump. He's been very vocal about how they were tested, NATO, meaning NATO. NATO was tested, and they have completely failed the test. So, you know, we'll do it alone if we need to. But we'll remember this. We'll remember this moving forward, and I think that's why the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has been so vocal about how important NATO is and how Europe couldn't do it without the United States. Oh, we know, dude. We know. But it's good that you're saying it out loud. That way, all the other countries have to say, yeah, it's the truth. And, look, I'm fine with us getting out of NATO. I actually hope we get out of NATO. I think NATO is a waste of time and a waste of money for the United States of America. I don't see anything that is beneficial. And Donald Trump talked about, hey, where can we move troops from? How can we take them out of Europe and take them out of South Korea and move them to places of importance for the United States and to benefit the United States? I look forward to that. I welcome that. I think most people do. But it is funny to watch NATO squirm a little bit, and it's good to see Donald Trump and the Pentagon and his entire staff, which that's another thing, Los, that's been underreported really, is during those peace talk negotiations that JD Vance was leading, they talked with the president about half a dozen times, and they talked with Pete Hegseth. They talked with Marco Rubio. They talked with Scott Bessent. They were getting involved, the entire cabinet, to make sure that we're making the best strategic decisions for the United States of America, which is exactly what I want them to do.
Love it. Keep them all interested.
Adam Schiff used to try to defend Eric Swalwell for being a good fella. Turns out he's not at all. Next on Extra.
You can stream Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station while you work at extra1063.com. Get the latest from the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, and Neil Bortz, and stay connected at the office. That's xtra1063.com.
The best time to shop for a new car is when selection is strong and the offer is clear. Right now at Marietta Toyota, the new 2026 Toyota Camry is all hybrid and in stock. It's built for commuters with exceptional fuel efficiency, up to 53 miles per gallon in the city. Voted Best of Cop, Best New Car Dealership, and Best Dealership Service Center. Here's the difference you don't get everywhere. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty, unlimited time, and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. For well-qualified buyers, special APR financing is available on the new 2026 Camry, 4.99% APR for 72 months. We're right where we've always been, Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 72 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. Lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for details.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Don't believe this nonsense you see on TV commercials about how uncomfortable a CPAP mask is. Take it from me. You wear one, especially the nasal pillow I use, for one night, and you will fight anybody that tries to take it away from you. But if they do take it away from you, you can get more at cpapsetcetera.com, cpapsetc.com, with a store in Alpharetta, same-day shipping. To your health, cpapsetc.com.
Join Special Olympics Georgia for the 2026 State Summer Games being held at Emory University in Atlanta, May 22nd through 24th. During the weekend, Special Olympics Georgia will host 3,000 athletes, coaches, and unified partners who will compete in cheerleading, flag football, gymnastics, swimming, tennis, soccer, volleyball, and more. Opening ceremonies will be held Friday, May 22nd, 7 p.m. at McDonough Field. To learn more and to get involved, visit SpecialOlympicsGA.org.
It's official. President Trump has endorsed Burt Jones for governor.
Burt Jones has been an incredible leader. This man has my complete and total endorsement, and I really want to see him win.
Burt Jones is a trusted Trump conservative who's leading the fight to end Georgia's state income tax.
He's going to make a great, great governor. You will be very happy, Georgia. Burt Jones has my complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Burt Jones for Georgia.
It's spring break time and summer vacations are right around the corner. While you're thinking about fun in the sun, you should also be thinking about who's protecting your home while you're away. This is Matt Harvey with Alert 360 Security, and we offer the latest in security and video surveillance technology to provide you with the peace of mind that comes from knowing your home is safe and secure. Starting service with Alert 360 is easy. Visit us at alert360atlanta.com, establish service in April, and get a free video camera. Protect what matters most. alert360atlanta.com.
Don't miss out as division rivals the Philadelphia Phillies come to Truist Park, April 24th through the 26th. The weekend begins with the Star Wars ticket package and theme night, where fans can interact with characters and enjoy an evening in a galaxy far, far away. Plus, fans who purchase the ticket package will receive a Matt Olson Mandalorian bobblehead. And then on Saturday, the Braves will celebrate Brian Snitker's legendary career with a pregame ceremony inducting him as the newest member of the Braves Hall of Fame.
And Acuna swings a mighty bat. That thing is way out of the ballpark.
The weekend wraps up with the mini Michael Harris II bobblehead giveaway for the first 3,000 kids through the gates on Sunday. April baseball concludes with the Detroit Tigers April 28th through the 30th. Fans can look forward to the Snoopy ticket package on April 28th, followed by the Chris Sale bobble card giveaway presented by Napa on April 29th. Visit Braves.com/promos to purchase your tickets for the jam-packed week of fun. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Monday, April 14th, and here are your headlines. Eric Swalwell is suspending his campaign for California governor amid mounting pressure over sexual assault allegations, saying he will fight false claims while acknowledging past mistakes in judgment. Calls for him to step aside came from both parties, including Nancy Pelosi, with several Democrats now pulling their support. Donald Trump is criticizing Pope Leo XIV over his stance on the war in the Middle East, calling the Pope terrible on foreign policy after he urged peace and spoke out against military action. Church leaders are pushing back, saying the Pope's role is to provide moral guidance, not political leadership, as tensions continue over the conflict. And finally, locally, a Georgia Tech graduate played a key role in the safe return of NASA's Artemis II astronauts over the weekend, with Lily Villarreal serving as the landing and recovery director and overseeing efforts to bring the crew back after splashdown in the Pacific. She says teams reached the astronauts within hours, calling the mission a major step forward for future space exploration. Today's weather is a mix of clouds and sunshine with a high of 84 and a low of 56. With your extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Have y'all seen Egg Salad Guy? The dude that was parked on the 16th and he had an egg salad hat on just all weekend for the Masters. I did not see him in real time, but for whatever reason, late last night and early this morning, I have seen more pictures of this dude just wearing an egg salad hat at the Masters, just sitting in the same spot, taking it all in, and people just beating him senseless. And I'm like, why don't y'all leave the dude alone?
What is an egg salad hat?
So it's just the Masters. They sell at the Masters. I've seen pimento cheese. I've seen Amen Corner. And then I guess egg salad's another big food that you can buy there. $1.50 sandwich or whatever. His hat is just one of those Masters egg salad, bright yellow egg salad hats. And he
clearly, I'm asking questions from not being there.
Yeah, right. I've never
been.
I've never had the hat or anything. I went 2 years ago and it was wonderful. But there's so much to take in, like you miss. At least I felt like I did when we were walking around 2 years ago. I felt like I was trying to take it all in, but there was too much. You know what I mean? And now I have to go back and I just kind of pick up on things that I didn't notice when we got to go. And but I did see the pimento hats. I saw the azalea hats and all that. I'd never seen the old egg salad, and this dude's just getting blown up. I mean, people just beating him senseless because he was wearing an egg salad hat and stayed in the same place on the 16th the whole time. So
good for egg salad guy.
Right? Like, I don't understand why people are so aggressive against this poor fella. He's just sitting there taking it in, man, not doing anybody no harm that I can tell, causing no disruptions. They just, for whatever reason, didn't like the fact that he was there and is in quite a few pictures.
He had different color egg salad hats.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but all
a
of
white
them.
one.
Yeah,
a yellow one.
That's right. I'm telling you. Like, people took a strong interest in this man, and I don't know why. It's kind of like Los, that dude. Remember the people that would get mad at the guy that was the Marlins fan? He was always end up at the World Series, and he was right behind the plate.
Oh, yeah.
And always wore
the
Marlins
elaborate
jersey.
outfits. Yeah.
And he was, and people just beat him senseless. And I'm like, well, wouldn't you want to do that? If you could go to every World Series game, sit behind the plate, like, why y'all mad at this dude? I want to do it too.
I mean, he's paying for it. It's fine.
Dude. Yeah, why y'all hating on that dude so bad? Egg salad guy's, I guess, just the new dude to pick at people. But I mean, he's if you just do egg salad guy, he comes up all over the place on X and on Instagram and Facebook too. So
there's pictures from him from every single day. You can see his shirt.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, every day he was there and in the same spot. But they say egg salad is the number one ranked sandwich of Augusta, and I don't believe that. I think it's pimento cheese, but I'm not going to argue.
You can buy like a kit.
Yes, and somebody reached out to me on Instagram when they heard on Twitter, on X, when they heard Los and I talking about the party that we went to. They reached out and said, "Here, we ordered the actual Masters official, where they send you their own pimento cheese." Yeah,
I had a buddy do it,
and I think it's kind of expensive, isn't it?
He didn't tell me the price, but you get like your own stuff. You get
the
mixer,
cups and everything.
Drink. You get koozies. You get a whole bunch of stuff with it.
How much is the official Masters?
How much?
What do you call that, though?
I mean, I have a computer in front of me, but I'm not looking yet.
No, I don't blame you. But a food kit? Is that?
Yeah.
Is
So
that
they got pimento cheese, their own kettle chips and moon pies. The drink kit came with koozies, coasters, a shaker, a shot jigger, and a azalea drink mixer.
Okay, $189, serves 12 to 14 people, and it's got all the things that you just listed off: pimento cheese, 24 ounce, barbecue pork, 24 ounce, egg salad, 24 ounce, chips. Pecan caramel popcorn, which I heard is the jam. I saw people really talking about that on social media. But yeah, you get all the Masters branded cups and all that sort of stuff too. So, I mean,
what will this put me back?
$189.
Okay, that's not.
It's not as bad as I thought.
I think that's the bigger kit.
Okay,
I think they also have a smaller one.
Okay. Oh yeah, they do. Serves 4 to 6. It's $99.
Okay. Yeah, not outrageous.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking like, hey, they're gonna
$1,000,
$500.
Yeah, something crazy. Yeah. They didn't, but yeah, somebody reached out to us on social media and said that they had the official kit since we were talking about it, and I wouldn't even know where to order that. I mean, I guess masters.com makes the most sense, but anyway. This coming Sunday, not trying to push the week along too far, but from 1 to 4 is the inaugural Sandy Springs Invitational Car Show at City Green, powered by Caffeine and Octane and benefiting the Sandy Springs Police Foundation. Over 100 exotic cars, Sandy Springs police demos, festival on the green, live DJ, live music, 100% of the proceeds benefiting the Sandy Springs Police Foundation. You can get your tickets for just $10. Kids 10 and under are free. Details at sspdfoundation.com, sspdfoundation.com, or caffeineandoctane.com. We've got a family 4-pack of tickets, so you can go and take your family to this, and you also qualify for their big VIP shindig too. And they'll be in here on Wednesday to talk about it. We love supporting our local police and fire departments, and this is just one opportunity and one chance to do that. So we wanted to. It is the Sandy Springs and Invitational Car Show. It happens on the 19th, and we're giving away tickets now if you'd like to go. 404-741-1230. 404-741-1230. Los Fiat, we talked about that. I assume like if you were going to get an exotic car or a throwback car or something that's really cool that would end up at a car show, we talked about the Bronco for you.
Yeah, it'd be a Bronco.
Yeah.
Again, just it was my dad's love for that truck. I think I would try and grab a hold of one of those and let him roll around in that for a while.
Dude, I've kind of fallen in love lately with internationals. Like those international scouts, a friend of ours bought one, and it is amazing. I don't think I could ever afford one, but those things are awesome. And I love old Land Cruisers. Those are cool too, man.
Nice.
If I'm going to get one, I'm thinking that's what I'm going to get.
Oh man, I'll tell you, I had a little bit of a harrowing journey yesterday.
What?
I went up to the high school with my 15-year-old, and I let her drive.
Oh, how'd that go?
We got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do.
And let me tell you, they don't take instruction or criticism from parents very well. At least Jacob didn't. When we were trying to teach him.
I told her, I was like, listen, if you're not going to take coaching, this ends right now.
And did she turn better?
She responded, yeah.
Okay, good, because Jacob was like, I'm ready to go home. Dude, it was a complete backfire. And we finally just had to sign him up because I tried it, Laura tried it, and then I tried it again. She tried it again. I tried it again. I mean, it just never went well. For whatever reason, it stressed him out with us teaching, and we did the driving lessons. And the added benefit is if you do the driving lessons, you can take your tests through the company that you choose, so you don't have to go to the DMV. So there's an actual added benefit at the end. But he did that really well. He learned from them. It was a good experience for us.
Well, so far, my 15-year-old passed all of her the written portion, all that sort of stuff, driving wise, right? I'll just say this: she got better.
Okay.
She kept getting better.
Okay.
But early on, she turned the wheel like she was turning a ship's wheel.
Oh, my.
It was like hand over hand over hand over hand over hand over hand. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, we got to. No, you just do it with one and let it slide back through your hand to get back straight.
That's what I was trying to explain.
And
I was like, hit the accelerator a little bit.
It'll take care of itself.
There's just a lot of that stuff that it's going to take some time. But first day of driving around with my 15-year-old yesterday.
Yeah, well.
Ooh.
Boy, the road ahead is going to be bumpy.
She is going to hit something with a car. I guarantee it.
I just hope it's not
It'll
somebody.
Be in a parking lot. Yeah, I told her, I'm like, use that brake.
Or a dog or something.
She's gonna whatever I buy her, and I'll be doing, making it a point to be like, okay, all right,
buy a
go
tank.
honest car guy and buy a tank. And then it's like, how many dents can you put in it?
Right. Hey, can you imagine going to Tom?
I'll tell Tom, I'm like, Tom, she's going to hit something with it.
Can you get me a tank? And if it's already got dents in it, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, it'll be like no one he's ever dealt with on a car before.
Do you have anything where the bumpers are like completely all rubber already?
Yeah, or solid steel like in the 70s. Like a old, Ford Thunderbird or something, which was gigantic in the 70s.
We're going to need to do that.
Yeah, dude. This is going to be the first time he's ever been asked to find a car with dents. It normally doesn't happen. They want the nicest of the nice when they go through the honest car guy. And this time, it will be quite a bit different. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Adam Schiff's not a guy that I listen to or take any advice from. And when he started back in the day telling how great a guy that Eric Swalwell was, knowing about Fang Fang, knowing about all the details surrounding him. We didn't have as much evidence as we did now, but he used to try to be out there just telling you, Los, this man's a good man.
Both these guys are total scumbags. I mean, Swalwell has always been a scumbag. Now he's decided to suspend his candidacy. Let's face it, the left took him out, okay? Like, that's what happened. The left looked at California. We've got a problem here. We're not going to be able to win. How do we take out the person that at least we can now focus on just Katie Porter? Okay, we'll take out Swalwell. That's what the left did. Didn't have anything to do with me. Didn't have anything to do with Tug. It was strictly off of what the left decided to do. But I want you to listen to just several months ago. Here's Adam Schiff, who is maybe the biggest scumbag and also has his own skeletons in the closet, predominantly homosexual ones, of taking advantage of people, allegedly. Always have to say that.
Yeah.
So he has his own stuff sexually with his proclivities going on, yet this is what he had to say about Swalwell from a couple months back.
As I said, if you've just joined or you came in late, Senator Adam Schiff, a friend, a partner, endorsing our campaign.
Well, first of all, let me say how proud I am to support you, Eric. And, before you got in the race, it was fully my intention to probably stay out of the race. A lot of friends are running. A lot of very, capable people are in this field who, I have great respect for. But there are a couple of things that compelled me. One is that when you got in the race, here was somebody that I'd worked with for over a decade who I had seen stand up to Donald Trump and stand up to all his MAGA allies, no matter what they threw at you, Eric. And they're attacking you again now because they fear that you'll be successful in this race, and they don't want a powerful person in the governor's office once again to stand up to this president.
We'll get through this. We're better than he is. And you often like to quote our colleague Elijah Cummings, the late Elijah Cummings, who would say, we are better than this. And that's just how I see our state, and that's how I see our country.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. During the first impeachment trial, and you did such a magnificent job in the second one, I made an appeal to my fellow senators that we could not leave a man like this in power. First of all, we had proven him guilty of what he was charged with, but this was somebody who couldn't tell the truth. He was just incapable of telling the truth. He did not know right from wrong, and he was fundamentally indecent. And it wasn't that the senators should remove him because he was indecent and he couldn't tell right from wrong and he couldn't tell the truth, and those things didn't matter all to him, but because they mattered to my colleagues, I appealed to them that he is not who you are. Well, sadly, there are plenty of them who I guess he is who they are.
All right. So here's the deal. He actually was trying to appeal to Eric Swalwell being a swell guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny part is, so you've got one giant liar lying to another giant liar, and it's not just a matter of being like, oh, you're a liar. Listen, politicians lie. That's just how it goes. Adam Schiff makes stuff up wholesale. I mean, that was part of
that's his problem.
That was part of the, hey, here was the phone call to Ukraine. Go back, watch the opening that he does. He made up the entire phone call.
Yeah.
During the impeachment hearing. Yeah. He made up the entire phone call.
And got no punishment for it. So they feel confident and they feel comfortable just making up crap.
And by the way, Tug, MAGA had nothing to do with Swalwell being out of this race.
Dude, but something stood out to me, and I want to see if you caught this too. When we first started playing this clip, I had Bryce isolate it. Remember what you said? I mean, we know Swalwell's a dirtbag, right? But remember what you said about Adam Schiff and some of his proclivities, right? Did you catch what he said in the very beginning? Listen to this. You got it right?
The partner and
what is it again?
The partner and
yeah, he's talking about Adam Schiff, and he's like, it's good to have him as a partner? I'm like,
as a partner.
Well, wait a minute.
Partner and
what kind of partner is he? Do we know? I just thought it was funny that was the first thing he said after what you had said.
Put it this way. Adam Schiff had the scenario where he was living didn't match up with where he was doing the same thing. He was committing mortgage fraud. Yet that went to the back burner. That went and went away. The inaction figure Pam Bondi was never going to go about that. But there are some skeletons in that dude's closet.
Yes, there is, and it sounds like this to me.
Senator Adam Schiff, a friend, a partner, endorsing our campaign.
A friend and a partner. I don't know. I just listen and going by what he says. a partner.
Well, none of them are credible.
Yeah, that's right. But they might be partners.
Right.
They might be partners. I don't know.
But there just happens to be a 19-year-old male that he might have had relationships with using taxpayer money.
Boy, that sounds...
Senator Adam Schiff, a friend, a partner, endorsing our campaign.
It's considered a hoax.
Yes. We'll see. We'll see. A lot of things that are considered hoaxes end up coming out in the wash. We'll see if this is one of them. The cruelty of no junk food on food stamps. Next, as we wrap up the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 13th. The 90th Masters has a back-to-back champion as Rory McIlroy closed out the lead from the opening round to win, shooting 12 under to win the tournament by one stroke. McIlroy ends up pocketing $4.5 million in earnings. The Atlanta Braves took 2 of 3 from the Cleveland Guardians, beating up on Cleveland last night, 13-1. The final, the Miami Marlins come into town to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Grant Holmes versus Yuri Perez on the mound. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan and the Fan app. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
I'm not trying to tell you how to spend your money. You spend your money any way you want to. I'm just trying to tell you that it might be a good time to either A, get a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning as we get ready for everything to get real hot around here. I think we're climbing up to the low 80s today, so it'll be toasty warm outside, which is good. You can either do that maintenance agreement, try to maintain your HVAC as long as you possibly can, and or if it's that time, maybe your HVAC system might not make it through this summer, this hot Georgia summer. If that's the case, let me suggest using that tax refund on something you use every day, and that's your air conditioning. So you can get up to $1,700 in rebates, 60 months, 0% financing on qualified systems, making a new system more affordable than you might think. And if you got that extra money in your back pocket, might be a good time to use it before that tax refund disappears at Temu or Shein or whatever. You know, using it on something chunky. Use it for something that you take advantage of, something that your family depends on. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. Chuck and his team are waiting for you. They can do a maintenance agreement or they can get you a new system, repair anything that's going wrong with your system right now. Central Heating and Air, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
Retirement should feel exciting, not stressful. But if you're close to retirement or already there, have you ever stopped to ask, do I really understand the risks to my plan? Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Things like market swings, higher taxes, inflation, healthcare costs, even living longer than expected can slowly chip away at your savings if you're not prepared. And even solid plans can have blind spots. That's why we offer a retirement risk analysis. It looks at how your investments, income, and taxes could hold up in real-life situations, not just on paper. It helps answer the big questions. What happens if the market drops? And will your money last as long as you do? If you're within 10 years of retirement or already retired, give us a call, 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com to schedule a complimentary retirement risk analysis. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you retire with clarity, confidence, and control.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
At Georgia Power, we are committed to protecting our customers' personal information and exposing the tricks that scammers use to steal your hard-earned money. If someone comes to your door and doesn't have a Georgia Power uniform and badge, or calls you on the phone and threatens to turn off your power if you don't make an immediate payment, they are scammers. If you suspect a problem, call us immediately. Never let the person into your home, and call law enforcement if you're concerned. To learn more about how to protect yourself, visit georgiapower.com/scam.
Sponsored by Georgia Power.
Attention, Antifa, human traffickers, cartels, and woke DAs. With Chris Carr as governor, you won't stand a chance.
I'm Chris Carr. In Georgia, we will prosecute you. It's easy for politicians to talk tough, but I'm the only Republican who put gangs, human traffickers, and Antifa behind bars. I even fought Obama, Biden, and Abrams in court, And one, if you're attacking our police or our freedoms, I'll be your worst nightmare.
Chris Carr doesn't just talk tough. Carr had the courage, brought the cases, and locked up the criminals. He has more than 120 gang convictions. Over 200 human trafficking victims have been rescued and seized enough fentanyl to kill 3.5 million Georgians. Carr's taking on the woke left, making crime illegal again. As governor, Chris Carr will keep up the fight and never back down. Chris Carr, governor. Real fights, real wins, real conservative. Paid for by Carr for Georgia.
Hey, this is Los with Terry from Alpharetta, who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Veloster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Just east of Atlanta, there's a place where the game slows down and the good times tee off. Welcome to Cherokee Run Golf Club in Conyers, Georgia. An Arnold Palmer signature course designed in 1995, carved through rolling hills, towering pines, and wide open skies. Cherokee Run brings championship golf together with pure Georgia beauty. From perfectly manicured fairways and newly renovated bunkers to lightning-fast greens, every round feels like a getaway without going far at all. So whether you're chasing a personal best, enjoying a weekend with friends, or just soaking in the scenery, this is golf the way it's meant to be played. And when the round's done, kick back, grab a bite, and relive every great shot in our state-of-the-art clubhouse, Cherokee Run Golf Club. Play legendary. Play relaxed. Play where Georgia golf runs free. Book your tee time today at CherokeeRunGolfClub.com and experience the thrill of playing the run.
Spring is here, and it's time to transform your outdoor living space into a beautiful oasis. At Stovall & Company, Wholesale Landscape Supply, we have what you need to make your landscape dreams a reality.
Stovall has been supplying the landscape industry for more than 75 years.
So check us out at StovallInc.com.
Stovall has it all.
And if you really think about it, technically, corn dogs are just beef Wellington in a different tax bracket.
Beef Wellington. Well, kind of.
Think about it.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Final segment of the show. We hope that you'll stick around for the Glenn Beck program. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, the biggest show in all of conservative media, doing their best to follow in the footsteps of the late, great Rush Limbaugh, and then the afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder.
Oh, my God.
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 For 3 until 6.
Oh, my God.
I mean, oh, my God's all over the place. He gets so excited. Dude, it's like we need a counter. You know what I mean? Like when, a politician has like their crutch word, you count how many times they say it. I would love to know how many oh, my Gods we get in a show.
Well, I appreciate that rather than the man just cursing.
Yeah, that's right.
There's also so many variations of it.
Like different tones.
Yeah.
Because when I'm in Carline, I just know I'm like, man, Kimmer's getting ready to curse.
Yeah, he's going to
kids
drop
in the car. I'm like, please don't curse. Please don't curse, Kimmer.
He's going to drop a big one. It's a big old bomb.
Because I'm in Carline by 3:00.
Yeah.
So start of the show, I don't pick her up. I've got to be in Carline for like an hour basically.
Yeah.
It's awful. But yeah, during that time period, I'm like, please don't fire one off.
Yeah. Whatever you do me a favor. I don't have to explain this to my kid. I get it, but 3 to 6 this afternoon, and Bryce has been in with him a whole bunch. They've Pete's been out a little bit. He's had some health issues that he's getting squared away, and we're thoughts and prayers with him. I know he's recovering well, so we can't wait to get him back in there. But until then, Flounder's moved in a couple times. Flounder's moved into the studio.
They give him the Go Bear.
Yeah, and then the Go Bear, and they talk about his love life and that sort of stuff.
Does it feel weird having to do the show with your shirt off?
And
it's a little different.
Does he make you, or do you choose to do it?
I feel a little pressure.
I've heard they tell him, like, hey, take your shirt off. It's time to do the show.
It's a little more awkward when he asked me to sit on his leg while he's doing the show.
Yeah, I bet it is. Wow, I didn't know about that. That may be an HR violation. I don't know.
Sit on my lap. Take off your shirt. Do the show.
Yeah, that's right. Sit here the whole time. But, camera, I got to be over here pushing the buttons. Push my buttons. All crazy.
He did give me Cracker Jacks the other day. So
that seems.
What did he pull up in his windowless van with getaway speed?
Exactly, dude. That's what that sounds like to me. Come here and have some Cracker Jacks.
Kimmer going to neighborhood selling ice cream.
He's got that little, the ones that used to come through the neighborhood with like the little carnival sounds. Exactly. Like I was always, my mom and daddy, like if it's got some kind of sound like that, you run. So
I'll tell you what, that man knows how to bake a cookie.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And he puts them in the freezer so they're cold too.
Cold?
Yeah. Oh, trust me. Try it.
Cold?
Ask him to bring you a cold cookie one day.
Well, all right.
This is how Hansel and Gretel starts, by the way.
Oh, let me tell you, that does not sound good. But matter of fact, maybe you could get those cookies if you can't get them from Kimmer. Maybe you can get them from, I don't know, a government source, Los, maybe. Do you think you could?
I don't think so at this point. Okay, so let's have some fun with this audio. So one of the things that was talked about during the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again, was that if we're going to give people tax-subsidized food, namely EBT, that we're going to restrict them from being able to just get junk. Now, there are hundreds of things that you can go and grab in a supermarket. But when it comes to the most sugary, the most problematic, and the reason that we're trying to do this is this. If you continue putting this crap in you, then we're going to have to pay for your health care as well. Because clearly you can't function as an adult.
Yeah.
But I want you to listen to this person. This is in Texas. I swear, I know like 20 dudes just like this. This is what they sound like. This is what they come across as. And he's complaining about not being able to buy the stuff he wants. Take a listen.
What's happening, y'all? All you can get to drink now with your food stamps is water. Not eligible.
Oh.
It's happening, y'all. It's happening. We'll drink now. Not eligible. What is going on, man? What we supposed to drink now? Not eligible. Not eligible. All they're giving us is water, guys. I'm at HEB right now, and you can't get nothing to drink besides water.
Okay.
What's going on, yo?
The double negatives are always the dead giveaway.
I see, but I'm bad about that too, so I better not talk too much about that.
I don't know nothing.
Yeah, but that's
dude, I grew up with so many dudes just like that where I was like, I know the accent, I know everything about it.
99% of the time I drink water anyway. Like during the day, you know what I mean? Like I got a free
like
bird.
A water or maybe an energy drink.
Well, I start the day, instead of drinking coffee, I'll have an energy drink. But if I didn't have it, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And the rest of the day, I'm drinking water. I got
all I've had today is water.
Yeah, I got one of these cool free birds that they supply Dickey Broadcasting with, and they do a great job. It's a water in a can. Count me in. So if I were in that situation, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, they're not letting me get the sugary Coca-Cola. They're not letting me get a Dr. Pepper.
Well, if you want it, get a job.
That's right. It's an easy fix.
If you want it, get a job.
Yeah. But who's going to do that? Los, why would I do that? I got this free money coming in.
There are so many times now where I have this discussion with my daughters about certain things, and I will point out, and I'll just say, this is why your parents work. And it might be a little thing. Might be, we're going to do this. Well, hey, can we get this, Dad? Yeah, it's because your parents work. And that's just a little thing I drop in there, not to be extravagant.
But to remind.
Just to remind, like, hey, we want to do this one extra little thing. Well, that's why your parents work.
That's right.
And that's just a little hint about, like, if you put it in there, you have an opportunity to then get a couple things out of it.
There you go. Congratulations to Kim. She was the winner for the Sandy Springs Invitational Car Show that is coming up on the 19th. She listens from the 6 o'clock hour until she can't listen anymore. So seems like a several-hour member of the Morning Extra, so we appreciate
Thank you, Kim.
Yep. We are about 4 minutes, a little less than 4 minutes away from the blockade beginning that Trump announced over the weekend. We'll keep you posted throughout the day and here on Extra 106.3 for Los and Bryce. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Stream Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station while you work at extra1063.com. Get the latest from the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, and Neil Bortz, and stay connected at the office. That's xtra1063.com.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guests are Francie Chapman and Dr. Dawn Atkins from Rock Bottom to Redemption. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
You hear bail bonds and you think one thing. Someone to get you out of a jam. But A Second Chance Bail Bonds is built differently. This family-run team, led by brothers Daniel and Ryan Matalon, believes everyone deserves a second chance. And they prove it every day through the A Second Chance Community Foundation. They support local nonprofits, partner with law enforcement, and stay active in community programs, food drives, and safety initiatives. Bottom line, they don't just work in the community, they're part of it. Learn more at a2cfoundation.org. That's a2cfoundation.org.
This is a Fox News alert. A blockade begins. I'm Dave Anthony. Imposed by President Trump starting now in the Strait of Hormuz, blocking ships into and out of Iran.
Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective.
The president talking to reporters last night after Iran refused to reopen the strait like he demanded to oil and other shipping.
Under a blockade, any ship going in and out of port in Iran is subject to search and seizure by U.S. forces. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps reacting, quote, contrary to the false claims of certain enemy officials, the Strait of Hormuz is open for the passage of non-military vessels under smart control and management in accordance with specific regulations.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Islamabad squad where U.S. talks with Iran fizzled over the weekend. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Dow's down, but the Nasdaq's rising as oil prices go back up about 5% today. Pope Leo's reacting to President Trump's rants against him. He told reporters on his way to an African tour, "Blessed be the peacemakers," and he'll continue to speak out loudly against the war.
Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say there's a better way to do this.
After the president told reporters,
"We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo."
There's one less candidate for governor in California. Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell dropping out of the race.
After several women accused him of sexual misconduct and one woman alleged he raped her, Congressman Swalwell posted on X, "I will fight the serious false allegations that have been made, but that's my fight, not a campaign's." Several Democrats have also called for him to step away from Capitol Hill.
That's Fox's Jill Nato. Of course, some Republicans also want Congressman Swalwell to leave Congress over the allegations. America's listening to Fox News.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Now back to Wall Street, where they're selling for the Dow, coming off the best week of the year when the Dow rose about 3% and the Nasdaq surged up more than 4%. Well, this morning, the Dow is down 257 points. The S&P 500 is down about 1, but the Nasdaq is up 43 as oil prices rise up about 5%.
Still, WTI oil prices are staying above $100 a barrel. Meanwhile, the price of gas in the U.S. holding relatively steady at $4.12 a gallon, according to AAA, about the same yesterday, and up about 13% from a month ago. So, Democrats criticizing the president, saying that this operation is amateur, saying there must be diplomacy with Iran or the U.S. economy will be hurt.
Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence. Diesel has spiked up even more than regular gas in this Iran conflict, affecting truck drivers and shipping. AAA's national average $5.65. That is 16 cents shy of diesel's record high. At the movies, a video game icon is still Player One.
Universal's animated sequel, the Super Mario Galaxy movie, is still playing like a champ at the box office. Holding on to the top spot with $69 million in its second weekend. That's a 48% drop from its debut. But for a blockbuster this size, that's still a power up. After just 12 days in theaters, it's already the highest grossing movie of the year, racing past Project Hail Mary. That sci-fi hit still holding strong in second place, bringing in $24.5 million in week 4. And in third place, A24's dark comedy, The Drama, pulled in $8.7 million in its second weekend. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
Rory McIlroy's an elite company, just the fourth golfer ever to repeat as Masters champion, telling CBS,
"Can't believe I waited 17 years to get one green jacket, and I get 2 in a row. It's just sort of the way."
It's his 6th career major tournament victory. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Glenn Beck program.
Glenn Beck is on.
Hello, America. Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. We are glad that you are here. So very happy. Thank you so much for listening. I've got 3 things I want to cover this hour. I want to talk to you a little bit about Viktor Orban and what happened in Hungary. It's not what the left is saying it is. And quite honestly, it's not what people on the right are saying it is. Oh, Viktor Orban lost. And it's no. There is a very clear reason, but you have to understand Hungarian politics, which I really don't, but I have enough of a handle on it to be able to give some insight on this. And a very important lesson to learn for the Republicans. What happened to Orban can happen here, but not because people were tired of the border fence or anything else. It's really an important lesson. I'll get to that here. Also, everybody's looking at the lemons. They're looking at the Middle East and they're like, this is horrible. This is going to be horrible. Lemon. I'd like to turn that into lemonade and show you what actually is happening. The president tweeted something last week, something like the mother of all great resets or something like that. And it was disconnected from everything. I'd like to connect that to what happened this weekend and what is happening at the gas station as well. That is a giant lemon. And what is happening over in Europe, in Ireland. Last week, they started having protests. The government went out of control, started arresting the protesters. Now they're going after the media. It's not going to be good in Ireland. We'll explain all of that and talk to Ezra Levant, who is with us in about 30 minutes. He was just in Ireland over the weekend covering it, so we'll get it from him. First 60 seconds, let me tell you about leaf filter. There are 2 types of homeowners. The first type that sees a problem and fixes it. The gutter's clogged, they're up there taking care of it. Something starts to go wrong, they handle it before it becomes a bigger issue. Those are the grown-ups of the world, and that's not me, quite honestly. Then there's a second type, me. People who watch problems like they're a nature documentary and go, yeah, that is a real problem. And your wife is like, you probably should fix that. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to. Isn't nature truly majestic as it's coming over your gutters? I'm in the second category, and you might be as well, which is why leaf filter makes so much sense, because it solves the problem at the source. It keeps leaves and debris out while letting water flow, and so you're not climbing up the ladder every few months or standing there watching the same problem happen over and over and over again. Start protecting your home today with leaf filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection at leaffilter.com/Glenn Beck. Get 15% off at leaffilter.com/Glenn Beck. Minimum purchase is required. Restrictions to apply. See representative for warranty and promotion details. It's leaffilter.com/Glenn Beck. All right. Let's look at Iran. I'm going to get to Hungary here in a second, but let me just wrap this up on Iran, a conversation that we had in hour number 1 of the podcast. If you missed it, give you some real numbers that are associated with everything that is going on. Don't listen to people that aren't giving you the actual fact. Just watch the Strait of Hormuz. That's all you have to do. Watch the numbers of the Strait of Hormuz, and then watch the traffic that is coming into the U.S. Gulf Coast, because everything is changing. I'm not trying to convince you this war is good or bad. You make your own decision. I just want to give you the facts. And I want to give you another way to look at this situation, because everyone's looking at it and like, oh, Iran, just another Middle East long extended war. We're going to be in there. Okay, we've been in that chapter, stuck in that chapter for decades now. Bomb this, sanction that, ceasefire, violation, rinse and repeat. I'm so sick of it, and so are you. So let's just assume that Donald Trump is not an idiot and assume that he's looking at it differently. What if the real story isn't about winning in the Middle East, but the real story is about no longer needing the Middle East? Because that changes everything. Think about your own life here. Think about what happens when you are dependent on somebody that you don't trust. Maybe that's a business partner that's unstable. Maybe it's a supplier that can cut you off. Maybe it's just a job where your paycheck depends on somebody that doesn't share your values. You don't feel secure. You feel trapped. It's always a problem, and it's always in the back of your head. Well, that's the Middle East for us. Now, if you're smart, you don't just manage the relationship. What do? You don't create a vacuum. You just don't I quit. You don't do that. You're smart. You build a bridge. You build a way out. And I believe that's what Donald Trump is doing here. Most people don't grasp the reality here. The United States is no longer the country it was in the 1970s when it comes to energy. We're not begging for oil from the Middle East anymore. We are producing more oil than any country in the world. That's not theory, that's reality. We are exporting energy. Not just crude, but refined products, natural gas, the kind of fuel that keeps lights on and factories running all over the world. Now layer something else on top of that. Look at the map of resources. If you look at the map, the United States, Canada, specifically Alberta, which is thinking about breaking away from Canada, and Venezuela. You strip away all of the politics and you just look at raw numbers under the ground. That cluster, this hemisphere, holds an absurd amount of the world's oil. Enough to matter and enough to shift leverage if you're smart. So now imagine a world where the Western Hemisphere becomes something different. We're not consumers of energy alone anymore. We become the suppliers. We become the reliable supplier. No Strait of Hormuz. No choke points controlled by regimes that openly talk about chaos as a strategy. No constant threat that a tanker gets hit and suddenly your gas price jumps $1 or $2 overnight. Just flow. Predictable, stable, and close. Now bring that to your life. Why does energy matter so much? Why does this matter to you, this war in Iran? Why are you so concerned about it? You're concerned because you know it's your grocery bill. It's the cost to heat your house. It's what takes, it's what it takes to build anything, move anything, grow anything. If energy is cheaper and more stable, then everything starts to stabilize with it. What would happen to your life if the United States becomes not just energy independent, but hear me, a primary supplier to its allies and the rest of the world? Well, first of all, you start changing relationships. Europe doesn't have to rely on Europe. Now listen to this, just this one alone. They could pay the tax and get the oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, okay? Expensive, unstable, and you're in bed with dirtbag people that just want to light the world on fire. But they don't have to pretend that this is stable. You now have a choice. And if they choose, they could buy it from us. They would stop leeching off of us with NATO, because now we're just paying all that money over to NATO. No. Well, you want our oil? You're going to have to pay for it. Now they become a paying customer. Now take that a step further into a country that is not an ally of ours, China. China's entire system, its manufacturing base, its growth model runs on imported energy moving through the Strait of Hormuz. They get cheap oil from Iran. If they don't, everything costs them a fortune. Their plan of collapsing the petrodollar is over. And their advantage of cheap oil that nobody else in the world can get is a thing of the past. So China's vulnerability quietly increases without us having to fire a single shot. And then you come to us, the United States. We're not as vulnerable anymore. Choose us or let them pay for oil and the security that it would take to get it, go ahead. But we become the driver. So if energy becomes more regional, more hemisphere-based, our wars for oil in the Middle East come to an end. You don't like forever wars? This is a way to end them. You don't have to announce the strategy, because Donald Trump doesn't do that. He's just building it. Now let me talk about the dollar, because this is where people either overcomplicate things or just oversimplify them. The dollar is powerful because the world trusts it, uses it, and needs it. It's called the petrodollar. A lot of global trade, especially oil, moves through dollars. It has to. If more of the world's stable energy starts flowing from places aligned with the United States in this hemisphere, it doesn't just magically save the dollar, it reinforces it. It keeps the system centered where it already is. One of my biggest concerns has been, what are you going to do about the dollar?
This is like being the bank in a small town. You don't cover and control every transaction, but you control and cover enough of them, and they all run through that system, and it keeps circling back to you. Now, it's not clean. It's not perfect. You know, there's always friction in reality. Venezuela is not a plug-and-play partner. That country needs rebuilding politically, economically, physically. Alberta, right now, is in an insane country. I don't know if you've been following what's happening in Canada or just over the last week. It's insane what's going on there. And infrastructure takes time. Pipelines don't appear overnight. Refineries aren't interchangeable. But here's the big one people miss. Oil money, even a lot of it, doesn't erase a $30+ trillion debt. But what does Donald Trump always say about our debt? Grow the pie. Grow the economy. You're not going to get out with it just cuts. You got to grow the economy. That's AI and that's energy. The Middle East, you can't just walk away from it. You can't just leave it in a vacuum. Even if we don't need their oil the way we used to, the world reacts to what happens there. Prices move, market shakes, allies panic. So you don't disappear. You just stop being the only adult in the room that will do anything. You notice how the Middle East, how Saudi Arabia, Oman, the UAE, all of them are now saying, okay, we're prepared to take a little larger role here. We're going to get involved here. Let the countries that depend on that region for oil take responsibility for securing it. That's not our job anymore. That's a very different world than the world we've been living in for the last half century or so. Now pull it all together. This is not a master plan with perfect execution. It's a direction. Less dependency on unstable regions, more production at home and nearby, more leverage with allies, make us the source of energy and AI and everything else, and handle adversaries without direct confrontation. It's a quieter kind of power. In fact, it may explain, nobody explained this tweet, nobody really noticed this tweet, came from Donald Trump last week. He just tweeted this: world's most powerful reset. President Donald J. Trump. The hell is he talking about? This. And if you're wondering why any of this all matters to you, is because the world you're living in right now, the instability, the inflation shocks, the constant sense that everything is so fragile, that all ties back to systems like this: energy, currency, trade. That's what this is all about. Those three things. And they sound distant until they show up at your grocery store. So maybe the question isn't, is this a grand secret strategy? Maybe the better question here is, are we finally, slowly, after decades of being stuck in the same loop, starting to build a bridge out of it? Not clean, not guaranteed, but real enough to see? And if that's true, then what looks like chaos on the surface might be something else entirely. A shift. The kind of shift we've been begging for forever. And the kind of shift that you only recognize when you stop staring at the headlines and you start looking at the map and all of the other dots that have been placed on the map recently. All right, I want to reframe Viktor Orban's loss, because what you're hearing in the news, what you're hearing from, really, I think from everybody, is so much garbage. And don't get me wrong, I got caught up in it on Friday or Saturday. I'm seeing the election coming. I'm seeing he's going to lose. And I'm like, wait, what does that mean? I started doing research. It's not what everybody is saying it means, especially Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama and everybody else. And it's really important. It could be a giant warning to the right, but you have to understand it. And then also we'll go to Ireland with Ezra Levant here in just a minute. First, let me tell you about real estate agents. Trust.com. You really have to hand it to mediocre real estate agents. I mean, it takes a certain kind of confidence to decide you're great at something, mostly because mom said you were. That's fine for a lot of people and a lot of things in life, but it's not fine when you're dealing with one of the biggest financial transactions you'll ever make. Because real estate is not about good intentions or positive thinking, or they're just jealous of you, sweetheart. No, it's about knowing what you're doing. It's about pricing a home correctly in a market that is always moving, negotiating in a way that actually protects your interest, and understanding all of the little details that can cost you time and money if you get them wrong. This is why I started realestateagentsitrust.com, because you shouldn't have to wonder whether the person helping you is actually good at what they do. They have been vetted. They know your market. They know how to get results. Please check out realestateagentsitrust.com. We're just going to show you an agent in your area that is, according to what we are looking for, the people who really have integrity and know what they're doing, that they're the best in your area. The name says it all. realestateagentsitrust.com. 10 seconds, station ID.
Hey, it's Tug, and this is Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
All right, so I want to talk to you about Viktor Orban and what happened there. The Hungarian voters went in and, after 16 years, said no more Orban. But who did they replace him with? This is what you're not going to really hear and understand. They were not rejecting the border fence. They're not suddenly in love with open borders and woke globalism. The winner actually came from the party of Viktor Orban, okay? He's still saying no to EU migrant quotas. The voters were rejecting something far more dangerous, and that's fatigue with their own side. 16 years of the same team in charge, and then cronyism, friends and family getting rich while everybody else feels the squeeze on groceries and healthcare and hope. And so they were like, you know, they were fans of Viktor for a long time, and now they're like, could you drain the swamp? Well, I am draining the swamp. Really? Are you? Because it doesn't look like it to the people. So one of the guys that were on his side, he said, I recognize this, and we can solve this. The pressure that you feel every single day, the economy that doesn't feel like it's working for you, when you see people who you voted for letting criminals get away with things, not actually protecting your country, doing things that are unexplainable unless they got some other side game going on, that's what flipped Hungary. And if we don't learn from it, it's exactly what will come for us in 2028 and maybe this next election. So, if you forget the people that elected you, didn't elect you to be their new king, they elected you to be their servant, you lose. Orban's team delivered on the big cultural fights, and they liked that and still like it. But after a decade and a half, too many Hungarians felt like, okay, but what else are you doing? You're not taking care of some of the other things. This is the same disease that is eating around trust here in America. We have corruption that is so blatant and so weaponized. But what are we doing about it? Has anybody gone to jail? This, I believe, is why Donald Trump put JD Vance in charge of corruption, because I think that's going to be the 2028 thing. Corruption, putting people who have stolen from you in jail. Our founding fathers did not say, hey, put these ideas in and then coast. They said eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance. That's responsibility, okay? So what do you take from this? 3 hard lessons. Power without constant renewal becomes corruption. Even conservatives in power. Yes, we know that. The republic wasn't designed for permanent ruling parties left or right. 2, voters will forgive almost anything except the feeling that you stopped fighting for them and started fighting for your own club or team. Does that sound familiar, Republicans? Economy, corruption, everyday pain. Those are the battlefields where civilizations are actually lost or saved. And the Republicans must learn that lesson. Lesson 3, the fight for Western civilization isn't just against the left. It is against something I have been railing on against here for the last few, maybe 2 months. Complacency. Complacency on our own side. If we become what we once opposed, or we fail to serve the public for not standing against those things we once opposed, The republic dies from within. That's the lesson. So when you're seeing, Hillary Clinton, the end of Viktor Orban's autocratic regime is a victory, not just for Hungary, but for the people who value democracy around the world. No, that's not the truth. That's not what happened here. Barack Obama, the victory for opposition in Hungary yesterday, like the Polish election in 23, is a victory for democracy. Again, not what happened. Not what happened. They were against corruption, and they wanted somebody to do something about it. That is what the Republicans need to concentrate on. Put people in jail that belong in jail, and you will win. That's the lesson from Hungary. Learn it or live it. All right. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews would like to remind you that in Israel right now, there is a man named Phineas who, as a child, served or lived in Germany and survived the Holocaust. And he didn't survive by accident. He survived because there were Christians willing to risk everything to hide him and keep him alive. He's now in his 80s. He can't get around much on his own. He can't leave his home for medical care, and sirens go off and missiles start falling. He doesn't have the luxury or the time or the strength to find shelter. Here we are again. But here's the part that gets me. Christians are showing up for him again. Through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, there are mobile clinics bringing doctors and medicine right to his door, making sure he's not forgotten in a moment where it'd be very easy to forget about him. When he says, Christians saved my life then, and they're saving my life again now, that's not a line. That's a life. And it's a life that we all have a chance to stand up for. Get $45 right now to rush life-saving essentials to the vulnerable under fire. 888-488-IFCJ. 888-488-IFCJ. Or online at ifcj.org. ifcj.org.
One reviewer of the American Story podcast says, I'm learning more about our founding than I ever knew in my 65 years. Torch Insiders can get 10 episodes now at glennbeck.com/torch.
I'm going to give you a poll from the insiders, and this does not reflect, I think, the average American, but it shows if you are told the bigger picture, if you understand what I told you a few minutes ago about oil prices and what Donald Trump is actually doing in the Middle East, which would explain his tweet from last week that nobody talked about, the biggest reset in history. Once you understand what he's doing, you have more tolerance. So we ask, are temporary high gas prices acceptable in the fight against Iran? Most people knee-jerk no. But if you understand what's going on and see the bigger picture, 95% of the insiders say, yes, I'll tolerate high gas prices if it resets the world toward America. No, Americans are already struggling. We shouldn't be forced to struggle more. 5%. I think that's wildly out of step with the average American, but that shows once you have an understanding, you begin to say, I'll take the short-term hit. Now, in Ireland, and it's beginning in France, they are having so many problems with the price of oil. To fill up a truck now in Ireland is about $1,000 if you're a semi. $1,000 to fill up a truck. It's $200 to fill up an average car. How are you going to do that? Especially in Ireland, where the economy has been decimated for so long. The problem is not the price of oil per se. The problem is, just like California, half of what they're paying is going to taxes. And so the people started standing up against this to say, you got to give us tax relief here. And the government started to say, we're going to arrest these protesters. And it's only gotten worse. This week,